intergalactic kind of love. When you walked into the room, I could hear a sonic boom, like your electric energy is on full power. Unforgettable. I'm so strong, oh, you turn me on. Unforgettable. Your lips, unforgettable. Your kiss, unforgettable. So damn good to me. Every morning, noon, and night, I dream of you. Can't get out my mind the very special things you do. When you make sweet love to me, babe, you set my spirit free. You make my heart soar, leaving me wanting more. Unforgettable. Your smile, unforgettable. I'm so strong, oh, you turn me on. Unforgettable. Your lips, unforgettable. Your kiss, unforgettable. So damn good to me. Unforgettable. Your style, unforgettable. Your smile, unforgettable. Your smile so strong, oh, you turn me on. Unforgettable. Your lips, unforgettable. Your kiss, unforgettable. You light up my nights and days. You light up my star. You're so unforgettable. So unforgettable. You are. You light up my nights and days. You're my sun and my star. Ooh, yeah. You're so unforgettable. You are. You are. Your lips, unforgettable. Your kiss, unforgettable. Unforgettable.
Anna.
So strong, oh, you turn me on. Your smile, unforgettable.
Θα πάρεις... Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You will allow me to read a few lines. I'm not a professional speaker. I consider myself as a researcher. And dear directors of institutes, public official representatives, associations representatives, researchers, project partners, OT executives and colleagues, welcome to the DATAMITE Meetup 2025. On behalf of the IT Innovation Center of OT Group and the DATAMITE Project, it is my honor to welcome you to this data-driven gathering. I also would like to express my gratitude to the BDVA for the support for this event. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Savas. About 17 projects, data-driven projects, are here today. We all share the same interest of data. Perhaps I could say the same passion on data. We all recognize the power of data, the opportunities that can create, but also the challenges that we're facing on a daily basis. And we need to sit together to discuss and see how we can overcome these challenges. DATAMITE Project aims to offer to European organizations customized strategies for data exploitation, whether it is internally or externally. Today, we have prepared 5 discussion panels about issues to address these opportunities and challenges. You all have seen the agenda. We're going to talk in the panels about the marketplaces and data spaces, very hot topics. It's something that the European Commission is promoting. Data is an asset for the organizations. So we need the data-driven transformation steps that have been done so far, and what are the next steps. We also have legal and data privacy and ethics. It's very important. These are very important issues to be discussed and analyzed when we're talking about data exploitation. It's not an easy task. We have here a panel of experts. All panels are full of experts that will help you see the power, the opportunities, and the challenges on data. Now, enough talking from my side. Allow me to give the floor to the head of IT Innovation Center, Michalis Kefalogiannis, to share with you our approach around data and innovation. Michalis.
Now, hello, good morning, how are you? My name is Michalis Kefalogiannis. I'm the head of the team that will be the hosts for today's event, IT Innovation Center of OTEC Group. Our mission is to bridge the gap between research, innovation, and industry. This mission and vision is greatly supported and driven by the new CIO of OTEC Group, Mr. Yannis Vigileos, which I saw him earlier, but I cannot find him. He is here today. You can also, you can talk to him today. Yannis' leadership and IT strategy revolves around resolving problems, real-life problems, and creating and generating genuine value. And what better way to combine this by actively exploiting the fruits of research and innovation, especially in the realm of industry. We as OTEC Group, we are not just facilitating data transfer. We are actively involved in developing solutions, data-driven, innovative solutions. Our expertise in network infrastructure, in cybersecurity, in artificial intelligence, in cloud computing is essential in order to promote data-driven solutions and exploit data. Now, what is important and why this event is important? We believe that the future of data lies in strong collaborations and in strong partnerships. I invite you to join us today and work together to create those partnerships. Let this event be an opportunity to explore new collaborations, to exchange ideas and knowledge, and work together to create a value for the data in the future. Lastly, I would like to thank everybody that participated today, and to extend a warm thank you to my team, and especially Sisi, Christo, and Gary, that made this possible. I hope you have a very good and nice, productive, and fruitful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michalis. So, let's hear the first speaker. Unfortunately, Ana Garcia Robles from the Secretary General of BDVA couldn't be here with us today. However, he sent us a video.
Hello, my name is Ana Garcia, and I am the Secretary General of the Big Data Value Association, BDVA. First, a few words about BDVA if you don't know us. BDVA is an industry-driven research and innovation community with over 250 members all over Europe, half industry, half research, and with a focus on data and AI innovation. So what is guiding us? First, to help organizations to innovate with data and AI. Second, to foster excellence in data and AI research for competitiveness, so to help to build long-lasting collaborations between industry and research, and finally to help organizations to be at the forefront of the dynamic change that data and AI bring to business, public sector, and society. How do we make this happen? How do we contribute to this, facilitate this data and AI innovation? So I think I could mention 5 different pillars. One is building ecosystem and community, pooling talent from our members that organize themselves through different task forces. Some of them are horizontal, cross-sectorial, some are sector-specific. And through these task forces, our members progress together in topics of common interest, touching aspects of data protection or data spaces, of generative AI, big data and AI technologies in general, but also non-technical topics like ethics or business models, etc., etc. Number 2, we have built quite a large network of collaborations, and we also participate in several partnerships. To mention our role in the Euro HPC joint undertaking, what we bring as a private member, our industrial AI members, but also data ecosystems. Second, our participation on the Data Spaces Business Alliance, where we collaborate with associations like IIX, IDSA, or FIWARE, and we bring also our value creation framework to the blueprint. And also to mention our contribution to the AI and data and robotics partnership that, as founding member, our community is a major contributor to it as well. Third pillar will be the link to the policymakers, also through the roadmaps that we deliver with our members. Fourth pillar is innovation through experimentation, and this is through our network of AI spaces that are also members that, besides regular research and innovation activities, help SMEs and startups to innovate through sandboxing and offering secure data sharing facilities. And finally, the last pillar of how we do this is through contribution to strategic projects like the Data Spaces Support Center. I think you will hear more about this today. Now a bit about our objectives this year. What are we really planning to deliver, or the areas where we are going to work? So we have our strategic priorities and objectives for this year. I'm not going to mention the whole set. Maybe I will focus on 5 that are very connected to the event that is being organized today. First would be the topic of adoption of generative AI in multiple sectors. Second, more connected to the topic of data-driven ecosystems, it would to enhance the current data value creation framework that BDVA members are producing, and to work on industrial sharing for AI, and in particular for generative AI. Connected to this topic, we are also working very connected to the AI factories and bringing data ecosystems closer to the whole AI factories ecosystem, but also facilitating collaboration of AI factories through our members that are involved on those. And finally, to mention 2 important objectives as well. One is the one in advancing in ethical AI and tools for AI Act implementation. And we have kick-started quite a lot of activities around data and AI for compliance and reporting with members and also with projects. And this is just to mention 5 areas of activity this year where we have defined some specific expected outcomes, and we are developing multiple activities. And as you can see, events like the one that the DATAMITE project is organizing today is really relevant also for the objectives of our association. And for that, I want to congratulate the team of Cosmote and all organizers for pulling this a large amount of projects and organizations together. It was my desire to be with you all today. Unfortunately, this has not been possible due to other duties and meetings that I have in Luxembourg today. However, my colleagues Daniel Alonso and Saba Robotis are there with you. And finally, just looking forward to collaborating with you all, inviting you to contribute to our association activities, also to our upcoming events. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you these few words with this recording. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Anna. Riku Lapinen, Scientific Officer of DG Connect and also Project Officer of DATAMITE. Let's hear his message.
Dear attendees of the DATAMITE Meetup event, my name is Riku Leppänen. I am the Project Officer of the DATAMITE project. I work for the European Commission's DG Connect at the Data Policy and Innovation Unit here in Luxembourg. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this important event on data monetization, a topic that is more relevant than ever. I'm excited to see such high interest in the community to attend this event and that there is genuine appeal in finding solutions to the questions of data monetization. The DATAMITE project was selected for funding from a topic which we opened in 2022. The topic addresses questions around data trading, monetizing, exchange technologies, and interoperability. These questions are even more pertinent today than a few years ago. The emergence of AI, large language models, have highlighted the need to have high quality data which is tradable and shareable in the context of common European data spaces. Indeed, these data assets should be discoverable efficiently and fairly priced and traded securely in a user-friendly and compliant manner. This will greatly promote the development of a European industrial ecosystem of data economy. So I'm pleased to see so many interesting discussion panels that will take place today to address these questions. Looking ahead, under the new Commission, the establishment of AI factories is poised to significantly enhance data monetization efforts across Europe. These AI factories are designed to create a robust ecosystem for training advanced AI models and developing AI solutions leveraging the EU's network of high-performance computing. By providing access to substantial computing power, extensive data repositories, and specialized talent, AI factories will empower startups, industries, and researchers to develop sophisticated AI applications. This infrastructure facilitates the processing and analysis of large datasets, enabling the extraction of valuable insights that can be transformed into marketable products and services. Moreover, the integration of AI factories with common European data spaces ensures that high-quality data is readily available for AI development. This accessibility not only accelerates innovation, but also enhances the value of data by enabling its utilization in diverse AI-driven applications. So, in a sense, the EU's AI Factories initiative is set to play a pivotal role in advancing data monetization in Europe by providing the necessary resources and infrastructure to harness the full potential of data through AI. So finally, I look forward to the insightful discussions ahead and wish you all a productive and inspiring meetup event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rico. Two messages so far. Same by Anna and Rico. The direction of European Commission, AI factories, and data spaces. We're going to hear a lot in the next panels. Now, who better speak about DATAMITE than the coordinator itself? I would like to welcome Santiago Cáceres, a good friend, colleague, to give you an overview of the project. Santi, the floor is yours.
Hello? Yes. Okay, thank you very much for the nice introduction, Christos, and also thank you to you and to the whole OT team for organizing this. So it's a great success, so it's evident. So my name is Santiago Cáceres. I am project manager at ITI. ITI is a research center based in Spain, and what we are basically doing is any kind of research that you can imagine around data, from its from what it generates to all the processing, storage, everything that you can imagine. We do research about it until its exploitation. And I'm going to give you a first introduction if you are not familiar with DATAMITE. I'm going to use slides, so I will be the first one using the slides. I hope it's not too boring. I hope so. Okay, the first one and the only one. Very good. Okay, so Before going into what DATAMITE is about, I would like to show you some figures and some facts that we can find nowadays in the literature, in the reports. So, first of all, what literature tells us is that 95% of organizations suffer from the data decision gap. And what that does mean is that they cannot rely on data to make decisions on a daily basis. It also shows us that around 68% cannot realize tangible and measurable from data. Furthermore, between 60 and 73% of the companies, of the EU companies, never use data for analytics. So that meaning that we suffer from data accumulation, which is accumulating data which serves for nothing. So there's a lot of potential that we can extract out of it, okay? And furthermore, it's not only about data accumulation, but also the data that they are collecting is costing around 10–30% of the revenues due to the poor quality out of it, okay? And this is really impact the companies, because at the end, companies is making money. If we are failing on that, that's an issue, okay? So what we are doing in DATAMITE is to work around monetization. And I don't want you to think of monetization on having some data and sell it to somewhere else out of your company. It's not there. It's not that. Monetization can be internal to your organization. So if you have better data of better quality, you can make your company more competitive. You can improve your internal processes, and that will generate some revenue into you, and that's monetization. And it can be also external, so you can come with your data and publish somewhere, trade it, sell it, whatever you want, okay? So if I have to define DATAMITE in one sentence, I would say that DATAMITE is about helping EU companies to better govern and monetize their data. So, and Christos already mentioned that, we are researching on business model, on different business models and strategies around data, because that's needed for the companies. So what are the patterns outside around data that we can use and we can reutilize, okay? Also, we are generating vast amount of information in terms of documents, guidelines, methodologies, and so on, that at the end will serve the companies to upskill their personnel in terms of data monetization. And last but not least, we are developing a whole framework of, and this is software, okay, which is open source, that any company can use, can install on their premises, can deploy, and use it, okay? And this is open source. It is available already in a first version, so if you are curious about it, you can download it and try, okay? So this is what our framework looks like. Don't worry, I'm not going into each one of these little boxes there. I just wanted to show that it's something that encompasses many functionalities. The framework, the software is modular, meaning that you can use only the functionalities that you want and discard the rest. So you can choose, you can pick up those that are more interesting to you. And just to give you a flavor of the functionalities that can have, I will go briefly through these modules. So we have the data quality module. This module will help you to assess the quality of your data sets within your company. We have the data governance module. This one will help you to access, to manage, to enrich your data and create internal catalogs, glossaries, vocabularies of your data, okay? The data shading module is about transforming your data into a data product that you can expose to the outside world. So we are here giving all the tools to create these products and also all the facilities to connect to IDSA or Gaia-X components, among other EU platforms. We have also the data security module is also there, and this is about trust and sovereignty. And finally, the data support tools, which is a miscellaneous set of functionalities that are not covered by the other modules, like anonymization, harmonization of data, etc. So these are the three areas where we are testing all our framework and all the things that we are developing in the project. This framework is, it's quite horizontal, so it's not thought specifically for one area. We have these three in the project, but we may have others, of course. So the first one, the difference between them is how they treat data and how they share data. Okay. So the first one is data exchange within large corporation, and this is the sample, for example, of OTE. We think on very big, large group of companies, each one of them with their own business objectives, generating different data and trying to communicate between them, trying to extract maximum value out of the data with many different roles within the organization, with many different responsibilities. So it's nothing trivial to manage all this data. Then we have the energy data spaces. This is very, very focused on the energy sector, and it's basically use the data to improve the grid and also to offer the best possible information to the final users, which are us, the citizens. And then we have the interaction with other initiatives, which are examples of how we interconnect our platform to others outside. So we are connecting here an agricultural platform in Poland to different data markets, and also the Mistral platform, which is an Italian weather forecast platform connecting to the AI on-demand platform. Okay. And that's all from my side. Here you have the nice consortium of DATAMITE, all the partners that are there working, and all the social networks. I'm going to be around all day here, so if you are curious about something of the project, you can just come to me. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Santiago. Don't step down.
Yes.
Actually, it's time for the first panel to start. So I'm going to give again the floor to Santiago to invite the members of the panel.
Yes, now I'm here. So now, I will moderate in this first session of the panel. So the panel title is Creating Value in Data Marketplaces, the Role of Data Spaces, Opportunities and Risks. So we are now going to welcome the experts, but before that, my main goal is to extract maximum value out of these experts. So I have prepared some questions here in this paper, but I also want you to participate. So it would be great if, we will reserve like 10-15 minutes at the end for your questions, so you can start thinking about it. And if anyone has any question, we will address by the end of the session, okay? So, well, having said that, I'm going to invite the panelists to the stage. The first one is the Dr. Daniel Alonso, who is Senior Technical Lead Big Data and AI Ecosystems at Big Data Value Association. Please, Daniel. Applause for him, please. Yeah. Second one is Dr. Vangelis Karkaletsis, Director at the Institute of Informatics and Telecommunications at NCSR Demokritos, Greece, lead partner in the Deploy AI project. Okay, big applause for them. Notice I'm doing my best to say properly the Greek surnames in front of a Greek audience. Okay. So the third one is Dr. Vasilis Katsourous, Director of the Institute of Language and Speech Processing at the Athena Research Center. Ms. Susan Curer, Management Consultant and Project Coordinator of EC Projects at EIT Digital. Welcome, Susan. And last but not least, we have Mr. Kostas Panagiotopoulos, Head of Service Delivery EU Segment at OT Europe. Welcome. Okay, so let's start with the beginning. I would like you, I would very much appreciate that you are very concise on this. So if you can make it in 3-4 sentences, that would be sufficient, because we don't have too much time to introduce yourself and to highlight something that you consider relevant for the panel. Okay. So who wants to start? We have 3 micros over here. We have technical problem here. Use one or.
So thanks, Santiago. Well, thanks for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Well, my colleague Ana Garcia already introduced the Big Data Value Association before. Okay. My name is Daniel Alonso. I am work as senior technical lead for the BDVA. Okay. And in my capacity of technical lead of BDVA, and also according to what Anna mentioned before, for instance, in my case, Anna mentioned we are part of the Data Spaceless Business Alliance, okay, working with Fireware, DIAX, and IDSA. I have also a question for the audience, Santi, that we can also address later on. I don't know if people know exactly what the data space is, but anyway, you will hear a lot about data spaces today. In the case, I am working with this association also to define a convergence to build together data spaces. For instance, Fireware is working more on the connector, IDSA is working more in the data spaces protocol, Gaia X is working on the trust framework for data spaces, and we are working on the value creation framework just to get value out of data spaces. I am also contributing to the Data Spaces Support Center. That is one of the projects where we are involved. I am an expert and a pen holder of the data creation value building block as well. And I am also participating in different standardization activities regarding data spaces, and AI. I think this is also a very important aspect, is standardization. I hope we will touch upon this point also in the panel. And also in BDVA, we are also different task forces that are working with data spaces. We have a task force on data spaces, on standards, on data and AI, on data protection, and also compliance and ethical and trustworthy AI. So all in all, this is basically what we can bring to this panel, the knowledge of our community, the projects where we are involved, and also my background working with data spaces and data sharing for a long time.
Good morning. I'm Vangelis Karkaletsis. Thanks, Sadi and the DATAMITE team for inviting me in this panel. I'm the director of the Institute of Informatics and Telecommunications at the National Center for Scientific Research Demokritos here in Athens, in Greece. I'm a computer engineer working for many, many years on artificial intelligence and especially natural language processing. Recently, I'm involved in various boards and committees. I'm part of the National Advisory Committee to the Prime Minister on Artificial Intelligence. We recently released the new version of the National AI Strategy. And in that strategy, there are a lot of things about data governance and data management issues, especially for the public data. And I'm also, I have a role also in major EU initiatives. Some of them were mentioned before. I'm representing Greece at the European AI Board, and I'm also part of the coordinating team of the Deploy AI project, which we will mention, I think, later today, together with Suzanne and some others also, about the European AI on-demand platform. And also, I'm the coordinator of the European Digital Innovation Hub, Smart Attica. I mention all these initiatives because they are very much related to, I think, to our discussion to date. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone. Thanks to the DATAMITE Project for the invitation. I am Vasilis Katsouros, and I am the director of the Institute for Language and Speech Processing in Athena Research Center. Our institute is involved in many initiatives related to linguistic data especially. And with the advancement of LLMs, we see how important it is to have huge amounts of data, how you handle those data, and respecting the copyright and all the issues. But how you can have algorithms and develop models that create value to the whole ecosystem. We participate, our institute participate in the development of the language data space, the European Initiative on Language Data Space. And we are also participating in the Alliance for Language Technology, the European consortium, with the Ministry of Digital Governance. And another important issue, data is one big thing. Computational resources is the other big thing. I think the initiative of AI factories with Vangelis and other colleagues in Greece will be working to combine data, high-performance computing, and algorithms, talent, and upskilling even ourselves in these new technologies. I think it's a great opportunity to see synergies because we have to see what data mean to the ecosystem and how you can create value that is hidden not only in one sectorial data for one sector, but in many different sectors. Thank you.
Yes, hello. My name is Susanne Kührer. I'm working for EIT Digital for more than 10 years, mainly as a project coordinator, but I was very heavily involved also with the BDVA and one of the support actions we had for the data spaces. And I'm also, as Vangelis already mentioned, working in the Deploy AI project, which is very much also related to data, the necessity of data, but I would like to mention another aspect I'm also involved in. I'm dealing with startups and their necessity of having data and the struggles that are having to getting enough data, curated data, structured data to make their business. And I think this is also one aspect we might address here on the panel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kostas Panagiotopoulos. I'm the head of service delivery for the EU section at OTE. I have been implicated and involved in data space and databases ever since my master's degree, many years ago. My master's degree was related to artificial intelligence and distributed data systems, so that was a first touch for me, a first love, I would say. During the last years, my team and I have been implicated in various projects in the EU area. For example, some examples are the European Chemicals Agency with the public chemicals database, and the EU LISA agency, the EU agency for the large IT scale systems, for the European Union Central Biometric Database, and various other projects. And of course, I have been implicated also, my team and I have been implicated in simple and deploy AI projects, of course, along with our directory unit. Actually, what I would like to say is that I'm really happy to participate in this panel and this event, because OTE is really committed to innovation and excellence, and as such, we fully support also research. And the fact is that I truly believe that this event will help bridge the gap between research and industry, and help to achieve this goal. Thank you. Thank you, Santiago.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, many initiatives and projects mentioned, so there's a lot of knowledge I think we can extract here. So let's start this discussion. As a first step, I would like just to think about a company and institutions that wants to start in the world of data spaces, data markets. So from a point of view, both technical and from the point of view of business, which aspects they should consider, or what key elements, or what are the risks that they may face on addressing this. So I don't know who wants to break the ice of this first question. Daniel.
Well, the question is quite broad, I could say. Okay, talking about marketplaces and data spaces, I just to set up the scene, for instance, I am working in one workshop in Sensenelec, which is about trusted data transactions. And I think we are doing a good work in this workshop just to define the terms, the concepts, the stages, the stakeholders, and the specificities to make a data transaction trustworthy. Okay, so just let me just introduce the 6 phases that we have identified, and for each of them we can discuss. Okay, what requirements should be, and I will give the floor to my colleagues. For instance, everything starts with the stage of the grant rights. Okay, first the data right holder has to grant rights to the data provider, which sometimes is a misstep because both can belong to the same organization, but sometimes it's not the case. So it's the first step, and it's very important. Okay. Second step is the publication of the data, and publication is about describing the data with metadata and make it publish in the catalog, and it is about the marketplace. The third step is the discovery. So it's not only to publish, but to make it then discoverable, usable, and also searchable, findable by others. So it's a very important aspect. Then we have contract negotiation, and it's key, okay, because at the end of the day we are talking about trust, we are talking about contracts between companies, so contract negotiation. Then we have the actual exchange of data, and in here we can discuss the technical means to how to share data, and finally the real usage of the data. Okay, how the data provider and the data right holders keep the sovereignty of the data through the whole value chain, keep also the control of what the data is used for, and how to revoke the access to the data once the contract is done. Okay, so just to set up the scene, these are the 6 phases that we see, and for each of them, okay, we can discuss. We can organize a whole workshop for each of those stages. So just to introduce the topic.
Okay, following to what you have said, okay, I will try to use an example, okay, of the things that we are following the things that you have said already. In the context of the Deploy AI project. Okay, and Suzanne, you may add to that. In the context of the Deploy AI project, we are developing the European AI on-demand platform for the industry. And one of the mandates from the European Commission is to create something which at the beginning we were calling it the interactive landscape tool. It was something like a map, an interactive map of Europe, containing information about startups, SMEs, European industry working on AI. Collecting information about the companies themselves and also about the services they are providing. So data, and we need to get this data from the companies. Not an easy thing, not an easy thing. Although it's unique, and this is one of the business aspects. What were the issues, the challenges we faced in this initiative? This is coordinated by the European Commission, so we need to contact the countries in order to get the data. So we need to contact the countries because the countries may have registries of the companies working on AI. Okay, and so there are several issues. There are the legal issues that you were saying before, that we were facing. Not all the countries had their data, so we had also issues with respect to the completeness of the data and also the quality of the data. Okay, so who maintains these registries? Are they maintained regularly? What validation processes they are facing? So these are related to the technical mostly to the technical aspects that you mentioned in your question. So quality, but also connectivity. How we will get the data? Okay, we solve the issues about the quality. How we get the data? Is it possible to connect this data through a connector, through an API? Because we are not responsible in Deploy AI for maintaining this data. The countries are responsible for maintaining the data. So we need to connect to the registry and get the data from them. Is this possible? How about the format? I have to say that different countries in their registries use different formats. We need to map the data. We need a metadata model in order to map this data. So these are technical issues in a rather simpler data management problem we face with the interactive landscape tool. But this is the case I think in most of such projects. And this is one of the things that we are trying to solve inside the Deploy AI project. I hope that through this example I managed to show some of the issues that we are facing, that the providers of the data need to take into account, both from the business and from the technical aspect.
Okay, any more use on this?
Or? I can take the next step. I think we have to see data spaces with another perspective if we want these data spaces to become marketplace as well. So there is a problem of supply and demand. Who is giving the data and who wants data? Sometimes we see this is the ones that want to create value from the data, they don't know the data. And those that they own the data, they don't want, they have another stream of business that they don't really care about what they are producing. But there are companies, you saw the first use case of Cosmote OTE, a group of many companies that, okay, they see that internally they can create value by the different heterogeneous data sources and different business streams that goes from the networks to the clients in streaming platforms or whatever. So in this particular use case, you see that all the participants, all the stakeholders within the group, they should provide data and they should create value out of the data. So this is a well-defined problem. Now, if you take the energy domain, if you own the data of your own customers, you don't want to sell the data to your competition. But there is regulation in this particular case, because if you are the owner of the grid, then you need to know what is everybody consumes. Because the grid is something that is common to all the providers, the competition. So you need to regulate in this particular case and oblige all the companies to submit in a proper way, anonymized, etc., in the common space. So you may have initiatives that is public investment for creating regulated data spaces. If you take now the perspective, I go to the language data space, because linguistic data, if you want to have copyrighted data, then you have to go to the publishers. But publishers don't really care about giving the data or giving the data for selling for once. But what they need in an exchange something that will be nice to be deployed within their own business. So it could be a kind of an exchange. there is public law that enforces the use of, for example, copyrighted content to be used for educational purpose. It could be also for deploying open LLMs, for example, not commercial LLMs or large language models that are controlled by private companies. So I think in this particular case, if you take, because we are talking about huge data, no one of the publishers have the potential to create value from their own data unless they share the data with other publishers or with other languages. And in Europe, we are talking about multilingual Europe. So the value will be common to everyone. So it's good to create, in this particular case, to have initiatives, multi-country and many stakeholders that will create value from AI algorithms. And the public investment there is also with the high-performance computing. So it's not just data. We have to be to see the ecosystem, not isolated as a data space, but data spaces for particular solving problems and maybe societal problems or industry problems creating value.
My colleagues have almost covered the subject. I would like some things to add. Actually, taking a step back because we're talking also about industry, and we have some business considerations. The industry has some business considerations. For example, is the data offering aligned to the strategy of the company? Okay. Are there any specific use cases that the company, the industry should benefit from that? Also, okay, Vasilis somehow covered it, but the data governance, who owns the data? It's a big issue that should be discussed and should be clarified before proceeding with any data offering. And also the regulatory regulations. Is everything covered? We should also take that into account. And of course, since we're talking about industry, perform a cost-benefit analysis and check that the ROI investment and the sustainability of the solution is there. That's my addition on that. I think the industry should, the company that should offer, that would like to offer data in a data offering, in a data space, should take into account all these.
Okay, I think most of the things have already said by my colleagues, but I want to add some principle things, because if I think about a company who wants to create a data space or enter to a data space, what do they need to do, or what questions do they have? They first of all have to understand what value have their data. Then how they could monetize it. Are there partners they can share the data with, or are they buyers? Then, as it was already mentioned, it's also a competitive risk. If I share my data, does this give a competitive advantage to my competitor? How can do I have control of the data, how the data is used? Because I think this is something very important. And also to understand in which format you are offering data, for example. Are you offering data in a real-time access? Are you offering it just in exclusivity? So I think there are many points that are, I know that the whole community here is really very much working on data spaces, and I'm happy about that, but I think we still have to come back to some principal points where we have to support the industry and help to make them trust in data exchange. Thank you.
Yeah, Daniel, you wanted to say something on that sense? Because so far it seems the list of pre-requirements to go to the data markets and data spaces can be overwhelming for some companies. So I don't know, from your perspective, Daniel, in the BDVA, how this is handled. How do you foster this?
Well, first I have a couple of comments to what has been said. Okay, first, of course, the main thing is to come up with a use case. So at the end of the day, use case and the business perspective is who has to drive everything. So you have to, the different stakeholders have to come up together and decide, okay, we have a challenge to solve together, and to solve this challenge we need to share data. So that's it. Otherwise you don't need a data space at all. So, okay, we have to share data in a scalable and efficient way. So we can build something similar to a data space, and by data space you can understand wherever you want. At the end of the day, data space is an environment, a trusted environment where the stakeholders share data in a trust efficient and scalable way, and all of them get value out of this sharing data. Okay, so first the use case is key to drive the whole story. Secondly, but the data sharing, and in this way data sharing is only the mean, it's not the end. So it's just data space is the, and of course, at the end of the day, data space relies on infrastructure, relies on other applications, relies on the cloud, relies on many things. So. And also, finally, answering the question that was here, I would like to bring to the picture the concept of data product. Okay, data product. I don't know if you are aware of that. It was coined back in according to the data mesh paradigm. And data product basically pack or bundle together data sets together with all the elements that make these data sets tradable, consumable, and usable at the end of the day, including licenses, including agreements, including metadata, including all these things. So I'm not saying that this is the ideal solution, this data product paradigm, but at the end can be used by companies, because at the end data is not owned by anyone. You have the rights to use the data, you have the rights, and the rights can be also included in this data product paradigm. Okay. So we are bringing all these aspects together in the Data Space Support Center, and we are providing what we call a co-creation method. And this co-creation method basically is a set of steps to data spaces builders and designers to be able to follow in those steps, this methodology, be able to build or to design a data space, okay? And basically it follows those steps. So you have a set of stakeholders together, you define the scope of the data space, you define the use case, based on that you define a few rules to work together and to provide trust to the whole collaboration, and in this way you define kind of a governance framework. And then you identify what technical enablers you need to put in place all these things. And in Data Space Support Center, we have different building blocks addressing interoperability, talking about data models, how to exchange data, and also provenance and traceability. We have a whole trust framework relying on Gaia-X, but also bringing together other aspects from IDSA. And we have the whole value creation part, which involves metadata description, publication in federated catalogs, and at the end of the day, value creation services. So I'm not saying it is easy, but at the end of the day, if you bring all those elements together, and again in DSCC we are giving some guidelines, I think people can start to navigate all the process.
Yeah, seems complex, yeah. So,
if I may add to that,
of course.
It is as you said. I think it is really important to incentivize somehow. Okay, you make their life easier, okay, in order to add the data. You try to make it, okay. Secure environment, trusted environment, easy access, maybe building data products, but the value out of this for the data providers is, I think, what will at the end engage them and make them join the data space. And this, I have to say, this is not an easy thing to do, okay, because it has to do also with the culture of the organizations, and this is something that we face all the time. Another example that I may use, I suppose you are all familiar about the European Digital Innovation Hubs. There are many of them, almost 300 in Europe, okay. In Greece there are 7 of European Digital Innovation Hubs. And what they are doing, they are developing services together with various companies, a large network of companies, okay. And these services are stored somewhere. Where? In a data space of the Commission. Okay? No one knows about them, about those services, which is very important. Also for the interactive landscape tool that I was telling you before. Because this will help match my requirement. If I require something, I can find the right services that it is provided in France, in the Netherlands, and may use it. But this is not public. This is not public, and there are issues with the companies in the EDIHs. They don't want to publish their data because they see competitive issues there, okay? But still, all this initiative is funded by the Commission. There are policy issues then, okay? Can we enforce? Or we need both. I think incentivization and also policies.
Do you want to add, or?
About European funding, somehow we have to see the return from this actual funding. Because if you invest in an area where the competition will not share the data, because the market is in this way, then a smarter way is to regulate. Go regulate and then invest. Otherwise, they will not. I mean, you have to give incentive to these companies. And if they don't see and they are really aggressive in the competition, they will not share anything. So the investment will not return anything to these particular stakeholders. They may return something to the society, but definitely not to these particular industrial stakeholders.
Okay, Daniel.
No, I would like to differentiate between two things for me. One thing is the data space, and another thing is the data marketplace. So there are different things. In the data space, I think the data providers should be in the picture from the very beginning. And in this way, okay, they are part of the picture. In the data marketplace, another story. So, correct.
Another thing, once you have the data in the data space, but if you want to train algorithms or big models, then you have to take the data from those data spaces and take them to the high-performance computing infrastructure. So this is, data cannot live away from the computational resources where they will be consumed. And this is something that AI factories will suppose to solve this issue.
Okay, so yeah, many ideas. Now I would like to ask to the audience if there are any questions around right now. I mean, we have been discussing quite a lot of things here. No questions? Yeah, one question from Janis.
Thank you, Santiago. Just a general question to the audience, because practically we have heard enough information and detailed information regarding the value of data and the role of data in specific contexts, because as far as now, as you have all mentioned, we have the creation of data in a specific project. It may be an internal for an entity or a collaborative project in the market or a research project where there is an exact framework which is obligatory for the participants in order to fulfill certain expectations. And in particular, in cooperative European projects, we have dedicated data management plans. We have to follow specific principles like fair, findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. But this remains in the framework of a specific actions, as already mentioned by several of the speakers. Now we face the challenge, because of the growth of the market and the possibility of having opportunities for creating value, especially in verticals, to extend the framework. So my question is, do you feel that proactively the European Commission has to take some initiatives and, as mentioned by several speakers, identify what the data space is, what the rules of structuring data space should be, how it can be accessible by certain market actors, potentially to nominate some independent authorities in order to monitor these actions? Or do you feel that directly from the market, from the activities, either via the innovation hubs or other issues. This will force the European Commission, and because some, let's say, rules, some common practices will be developed. Because either the one option or the other may affect the progress. And in the past we discussed about big data. Now we don't say big data, we say data spaces, opportunities to create, I may say, key performance indicators or key value indicators in order to promote facilities for technology for the market. I would like just to hear your point of view about that. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know who wants to take that.
Well, I don't know if I understood correctly your question, because as you know, the Commission is funding, I don't know, 8, 10 deployment actions to establish data spaces in different sectors. So, and I think, in my opinion, from a pure technical perspective, all data spaces in this way can be quite similar. One of the difference may be the different data models corresponding to each of the sectors. At the end of the day, the difference rely on the business part and the governance part. And I think, as far as I know, that those data spaces are involving relevant stakeholders on each sectors. I am aware of tourism data space that, by the way, is coordinated by a company in Spain. They are keeping on board all the hotels, tourism companies, and so on. The same with the agri-food sector. They are involving also the farmers. So, as far as I know, this is the way European Commission is doing, funding these sectorial data spaces, each of them addressing a specific aspect of their sectors. To what extent they will succeed or in solving the real problems of the sectors, still to be found. But I think they are trying. I don't know if you are aware of these projects or all the sectorial data spaces.
This was in fact what was behind my question. If finally there is a possibility from ongoing actions to have a homogenized activity in order to create and treat data to the extent possible, of course, because use cases may be different, but if the principles or the way, as you mentioned, we structure the model may have similarities to serve multiple use cases.
Yeah, exactly. Well, this is another step. This is the next step, and this is what all of us are trying to do, to find synergies between all those data spaces. In some cases are easier than others. For instance, tourism and mobility is a clear example, energy and Green Deal. So we are trying to do so, and by we I mean the whole community. First, we have to solve the interoperability aspect about semantics and so on, then join use cases and also to come up with a few common regulation steps to follow. But yeah, you're right, it's quite challenging, and, but at least the first steps have been taken, I think. I don't know if you are...
Any other points of view? Yeah, Susan?
Yeah, I want to add something here, but this is my personal opinion. I agree with you because I think there are nice steps that have been taken. We are making, to a certain extent, a good progress. But on the other hand, what I am missing as a business person is the broader outreach. Because we are talking here about use cases, we are involving the stakeholders that are in these projects. We are trying with some initiatives like the European Digital Innovation Hubs also to reach out to more to the SMEs, to more industries. But I completely agree with you. It's, in my opinion, still at the beginning. It's not really for the big outreach where I say, okay, that the people, that the companies and the SMEs, they can see the real added value that they can participate in this one. So I completely agree. I know my colleagues doing a great job, but I think we are still at the beginning to going to a broader outreach and to really to support here the economy in the various countries to go ahead. Thank you.
I think the European initiatives and all this funding to data spaces is a public investment in order to create, to explore in different sectors what can be done by unlocking this potential. And we are in the beginning. Whether the outcome will be in one particular sector a common, something for the SMEs, would be fine. Something for the public or for the society, I think depending on the sector, we will have different outcomes. But unlocking the potential of data sharing, I think is whether it's regulated, whether it's alliance, I think is something very useful for Europe and for the society and for the SMEs as well, for the economy.
Yeah, just in addition to what Vasilis just mentioned, I fully agree that unlocking the potential is the key element here. And I'm sure that this will be driven with the European Commission and also the several SMEs in the data market. So from both directives, I think that this potential will be driven and unlocked.
I'm going back to what you, Suzanne, said. There are all these European initiatives which are really very nice. Okay, there are also nice examples at national level that I think show the way. Okay, I will use the example of France for the AI factories and the French AI factory. This was not an EU initiative; it was a national initiative that was built back in 2019 in the context of the French national AI strategy. How we can support SMEs, how we can support startups for computational resources, how they can reach how they can access computational resources without going to Amazon, to Google, to Microsoft, and so on. How they can access data. Okay, all the countries talk about the health data and the European Common Data Space for health data. How can access health data in order to provide services that will help at the end the public. So what they did, and this again it was a national initiative, around the hosting entity of the high-performance computer there in France, Gensi, they built something like a help desk that will guide SMEs, a one-stop shop. Okay, this phrase has been used a lot, okay, but I think in that case it went pretty well. So in that one-stop shop, a company that needs access to computational resources or advice what sort of computational resources they use, what sort of data spaces they need to access, so they get advice from Gensi is the name of the French AI factory, okay? So they get support there. They get support for accessing the data. In Greece, if you want to access health data, it's a nightmare, even for research centers, okay? Not companies, even for research centers. It's very, very difficult to access because of the data privacy issue, okay? So you need, of course, the policymakers in order to create the environment, in order to access the data, but then you need to provide support if you have the framework, the policy framework, in order to access the data and then use the data and the resources to create products. So there are nice examples, okay, even at a national level. And I think the initiative also behind the European AI factories was based on that good practice, the one in France. So we have good examples that I think show the way, Suzanne, but okay, we still have a lot of things to do.
I think AI factors, because we are talking about high-performance computing. We are not talking about data. But if high-performance computing without data, you cannot do it. So I think the data owners need to understand that in order to create value out of that, you need other investments. So you need other partners to be part of this common outcome. Either they will do it themselves, I mean, like big companies that they already create value from their own data, and they explore that, and they do it internally within the company without going into any data space. They create internally a data lake, and they create value. Or if you go to bigger initiatives, then definitely you need data spaces along with the other initiatives like the AI factories and the European Digital Innovation Hubs.
Okay, so are there any other questions from the audience? If not, and for closing this panel, I would like you just to make final statement about the topic, some takeaway that you would like, or message that you would like to give to the audience so they bring them to their homes. So who wants to start with that message? Daniel.
Well, since I was the first, I will. So, well, for me, two messages, okay? I agree with what has been said here, okay? One thing is that we have the tools in place. Another thing is the adoption and scale up. And absolutely, I completely agree with that. I think the combination of European instruments with the national and regional initiatives is key to foster the adoption, to raise awareness, and also to pave the way, because we have to make things easier to the companies, to the SMEs. I think for now the things are a bit too complicated for them, but so it's a challenge as well. But I think if we succeed on that, okay, data sharing at the end of the day, in my view, it should be eventually seen as a commodity, as we have today. You know, access to internet, or we have today mobile communications in this roaming thing that we don't care whether the the telecom operators are where they are doing in the network. We can talk to each other without any effort. So this is eventually the end. Okay, we need several things: interoperability, scalability, standardization, many things. But I think we are in the right way, and okay, I think these events share the purpose of that.
My message. We have all these, and we are in the right way. We need to awareness and promoting the culture of data sharing is crucial. I faced it in the research center where I'm working at, the National Center for Scientific Research. We created the data space, okay, with all these nice things and features and so on. But use it and try to use it with our researchers in order to store the data from the various projects. Not an easy thing to do. At the beginning, I was thinking that it would be really easy. Presenting the platforms and nice success stories and showcases and bringing them in the data space internal to the organization. I'm not talking external, but it was really difficult to achieve this. So we need to do more work on that, I think, to promote the culture of data sharing.
I think the investment for data space is very nice, but we have a long way to go to become a marketplace, because you need then you need traders to see the value of the data. And no one will say, okay, if you have a catalog of data, that, okay, I will buy this data, because I know that I will produce value out of that. If I'm not in the sector, I will buy it. Before buying, you have to see the data. And maybe you have to use it, the data. So, and taking the data, you need to invest in order to see the data, to make it AI ready. You have raw data, but making AI ready is an investment that you need to do it yourself. I think this is part of the data space and of the AI factories. But having a marketplace, I think we need, you know, a supply demand, and we need traders. Who will be the trader that will say that this is the fair value of this unit of data, and you will sell at this fair value. So I think we'll still way to go to become a marketplace for the enterprise, especially, but for the society and I believe technically there is a lot of technology. Also, most all of the data space, I think, is open sourced, and this is because the technology needs to be there for all the community. There is a factor that we need to take into account of this investment, and you cannot do it. Data space is very nice, but you need to have the ecosystem around that, like a factor in the other instance.
Okay, let me make 3 short points. We have discussed a lot, but I think we might think about some other things also. First of all, I think it would be very important also to communicate much more about success stories and best practices. Using for this, and coming to my second point, maybe type of mediators, facilitators, like, for example, chambers of commerce or something like that, so that you engage a different, you not directly only engage with your direct stakeholders you are dealing with, but you're trying to involve the whole ones. And the third point I want to make is, I think we should work very much on the mindset and maybe also cultural barriers that we are having, because I think at the end decisions are taken by humans. So if we do not convince them, it will be quite difficult. And as you mentioned, Vangelis, as the example, even internally, if there's a resistance or not an understanding of the benefit, you have difficulties to set it up. So I think these are my 3 points. Thank you.
So for me, as a summary, and since this is related to data spaces, I would like to summarize how it would be to build a secure and interoperable data space. How I see it is like building a house. First of all, you must set the organizational and governance foundations. So you must set the foundations of the house. Clear purpose and scope, and trust framework and policies. Then you must have the pillars of the building. The pillars could be the technical architecture, so federated design, data connectors, interoperability, common data models, things like that. And the operational and life cycle management. So data quality is, of course, really important, and this should be addressed regularly. And also scalability, monitoring, and support. And at the end, the roof is the ecosystem. So partnerships, alliances with the market, and find the correct people to build these partnerships, and also monetization, because after all, what matters is the return of this investment. And of course, at the end, this ecosystem will be live. I think that's how I see the building a secure data space. I think that we are in the correct place and time, and I think that this will help, as I said in the beginning, build and bridge the gap between industry and research. So thank you.
Okay, so with these final messages from the panelists, we close this session, and I would like to thank you for giving your opinions and thoughts to the audience. So thanks Costa, Susan, Vasilis, Vangelis, and Daniel. So we close this panel here, so please an applause for the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Santiago.
Give the room to you.
Group photo. And also allow us a couple of minutes to change the setup on the panel, and we'll start right away with the next panel. to ask you to be seated so we can start the next panel. Please. Hello again. Next panel. It was chosen for two basic reasons. One, health sector is not a vertical that we deal within DATAMITE project. The second reason, health, digital health, health data is very challenging. A lot of privacy issues, a lot of technology issues, a lot of actions need to be taken. Enough from my side. It is my honor to moderate this panel and allow me to introduce and call to the panel the distinguished members of the panel. So it is my honor to welcome Christina Yalama, ICT Consulting Solution and Service Management Director of OTE Group. Thank you, Christina. Evangelos Vallas, Technology Director at Demo Pharmaceutical, IT Infrastructure Digital Strategy. Thank you, Vangelis. George Dimitriou, Cluster Manager, Hellenic Digital Health Cluster. And Kristina Levitskaya, Research Manager at CERT Research Institute. Thank you, Kristina. You can have your mics. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Before we start the questions, may I ask each one of you for an introductory statement. What do you actually do in your organizations? In digital health and in general, that will help the audience follow this panel. So as we sitting.
Thank you, Christo, for the honor to be part of this panel. I have to tell you guys that I'm not very good at presenting myself. I can present anyone but myself, but I will try to be brief. So I'm Kristina Levitskaya. I collaborate with CERT. I'm sure that many of you, the Greek stakeholders, know EKETA. I'm collaborating with ITI, and the uniqueness of our team is that we have so many sectors and so many technologies that we apply through the layers. The healthcare is one of the core focuses in our team, and we are just, I think, doing quite fascinating things across many problems in the healthcare, not only the digital health per se, but I would say also touching upon the workflows of the personnel, which is quite critical to, let's say, optimize their workflows. So my background is multiple. I'm coming, as in Greece it's traditional to say I'm an engineer, so that's my main degree, but also economics, and my PhD was in the health. So it's a tricky way that I'm a medical doctor somehow, even though a technical person. So I've been also researching or collaborating over the last, I think, maybe 8 years in healthcare. And during these years, I think I accumulated so much of the insights, experiences, as we, I think, go through this turbulence. Yeah, it's very dynamic how the technologies are evolving, new regulations such as AI Act, okay, which are actually changing the whole game. So I will be just happy to share my thoughts and kind of, listen from the panelists and just exchange the experiences. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Looking forward. Thank you. Christina.
Yes. Hello. I'm the second Christina. It's going to be easy today. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for the invitation, Christo. It's my honor to be part of this panel with the esteemed guests. I am Christina Yalama. I am a director at OTE Group, part of Telecom Group. I'm responsible for the consulting, the solution, pre-sales, and delivery of all the large projects and large engagements that OTE Group has, that we have in our large clients in Greece, large clients such as the government, ministries, while also large corporations. In addition to Greece, we also work and have very great engagements with European authorities in the EU, and further on within the ecosystem that we have with our telecom group in Europe and abroad. Our solutions have some strategic areas, some of which are cybersecurity, digitalization of governments and large enterprises, and data and AI. Data and AI is a strategic area for us, and we also work specifically with subject matter experts in industries. In our solutions, what we want to combine is state-of-the-art technologies in IT and telecommunication technologies, all working with subject matter expertise in the industries that we work. And the industries are not only retail and large corporations, not only government digitalization, but health is indeed a very strategic area that we have large projects and use cases in Greece and in authorities in European Union. A strength that we are very careful about, and we want to protect this, is that we work with a large ecosystem of partners, of R&D, of startups, and these enhance to the knowledge and the solutions that we have. As I said, and I will close here, health and data and AI is a very big thing for us, and we want to improve and have more and more solutions and knowledge. Together, as I said, with startups, this is a great opportunity for us also to collaborate and learn about new things as well, while also I will be more than happy to share our expertise and our experience in data and AI in health. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. This panel is actually the ecosystem that you just mentioned. Vangelis?
Yes, good morning.
Is it open? The bottom, from the bottom side.
Right. Now it's better? Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay. So, good morning, everybody. Christo, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here in a familiar place and also with many familiar people, since I have been an OT alumnus, coming from OT, where I have worked for many years. Now, since the last 3 years, I have joined Demo Pharmaceuticals as the IT and Digital Transformation Director. Since probably the company is not much known to the audience, both the Greek and the international audience, I will take a minute to speak a little bit about the company. So, Demo is a family-owned pharmaceutical manufacturing company with half a century presence in this sector. For the last 20-30 years, the company has focused in generics, in manufacturing generics, and especially injectable medicine, which means that we are focusing in the hospital sector. So this is why probably we're not so much known to consumers. The company is the biggest supplier of the national health system in terms of volume, but it's also an exporter. So we are exporting to over 85 countries. The majority of our volume is being exported. Since the last 5 years, we are in a steady growth trajectory, so it's year by year. After the crisis, we are growing with a double-digit figure in many aspects, in terms of turnover, in terms of employees, but also in terms of products that we are shipping both in Greece and overseas. Now, exactly because of this growth trend, the company has launched an investment plan, a very big investment plan, supported by European funds as well, like the RRF fund which we have in Greece, in order to address an opportunity, but also cover a need which has arisen in Europe very, very obviously. So the opportunity is that there's a lot of demand for medicine. The global demand is growing for many reasons, because we have viruses like COVID, because a lot of countries which are getting developed are raising their level of wellness in the population, so this brings a lot of demand for new medicine, and one of the missions of the company is to cover this demand with affordable products like generics. So this is the opportunity on one hand. In Europe, on the other hand, we are lacking and we have a deficit in the supply side. So we don't have enough pharmaceutical manufacturing. Although we have a lot of R&D in the medicine sector, we lack manufacturing capacity. To give an example, Greece, which is 2%, this is more, let's say, intense in other countries than Greece. Greece, which is 2% of the population of Europe, has around 10% of the manufacturing capacity in the pharmaceutical sector. So this is, on one hand, representative of the deficit in other countries. On the other hand, it's a big opportunity for Greece. And this is why my company is investing in this, in order to become a manufacturing hub for medicine in Europe and cover the supply deficit which has in our area. Of course, in order to grow in this kind of pace, it's necessary to embrace digital transformation and take advantage of all the tools and capabilities that digital transformation brings to a company, especially in a traditional company like Demo, because it's, in general, the pharmaceutical sector in Greece is a traditional sector. Up to now, we have not embraced technology that much, but now this is changing a lot. And of course, we are working a lot with various partners, and OTE is among one of them, and I see here a lot of colleagues that we are working together in various
You can
projects.
see technology providers around you, so yes. We have created a circle.
Exactly. So I'm happy to be here today and to speak about the challenges that data exploitation has for our company.
Thank you. George?
Now, okay. Thank you. Thanks, Christos and the organizer for inviting us to participate in this panel and in this meetup. It's a great opportunity to meet with projects and people that are dealing with data apart from health and in other sectors. My name is George Dimitriou. I'm the manager of the Hellenic Digital Health Cluster. I've been involved in the field of technology transfer mainly in Cyprus and in Greece, trying to bridge the gap between academia, innovation and industry. And now if you put that in the healthcare ecosystem, what we are trying to do now is to bridge the gap between clinical needs, technology innovation, and the regulatory framework and the policy making. This is quite important, and that's what we are trying to do in the Hellenic Digital Health Cluster through a collaborative approach and trying to bring different stakeholders at the table.
Thank you, George. So, let's start with the questions. Christina, the first question to you. What are some impactful use cases in health care where data and AI have been effectively leveraged to create value?
Yes, healthcare and AI is going very fast. The pace is fast on use cases, faster in the US than in Europe, but still going well in Europe. There are quite many use cases that are running already. I can name a few in different areas. First area can be the early diagnosis. So using patient data, specific patient data, together with AI models, we can create and have an early diagnosis proactively and even prevent diseases, chronic diseases for patients that seem that they have this prior DNA kind of turn to these diseases, such as diabetes and cardiovascular diseases. On top, there are so many areas. Another area is the personalized patient medicine. Together again with AI models and genome data for patients, for specific patients, we can prescribe specific medicine that can improve the cure and at the same time do not, or at least minimize the side effects of the medicine. Remote health operation for patients. Using AI models together with IoT devices, pairing IoT devices with AI, we can monitor remotely patients and predict problems in cardiovascular or diabetes. And as Christina mentioned at some point, I think in her beginning, is also efficiencies in how hospitals operate, in the workflows, so as to minimize costs, but at the same time minimize the time that the patient is in the hospital, bringing along the cost issues and also the cost efficiencies and also the efficiency of time of the patient. There are so many use cases. If one can think of the R&D figures, the number one industry that AI and data is currently heavily invested upon is defense, and right after it's health. So lots of money is being invested, and there are many challenges because there is so much ecosystem. It has been mentioned, I will just wrap it up. From healthcare providers, from pharmaceutical companies, from academia, R&D, compliance, regulatory, technology companies, all these. Many challenges, but many opportunities as well.
We need to join forces to prosper. Now, from the pharmaceutical and manufacturing point of view, Vangelis, how is AI being integrated into your drug discovery and development processes? And what impact has it had so far?
Okay, there are two main areas where AI and data analytics can be applied in a pharmaceutical manufacturing company. The most obvious one is product development and R&D. This is something that we have witnessed also recently in the coronavirus crisis, where thanks to data analytics and algorithms, we managed to shorten a process which normally takes around a decade in order to develop, license and launch a new drug, an original drug. We managed to shorten it to some months without sacrificing at the same time safety, quality of the product, efficacy, and all this. The second area is maybe not so obvious and maybe not so fancy, but is very important as well, and is supply chain. I said before that the main challenge and opportunity at the same time that we see in the company is to address the supply-demand deficit imbalance which exists right now. And this imbalance has the dimension, of course, which is the medicine that is in deficit. So what should you produce and to what volumes? And the other dimension is the geographical dimension. Where should you address this medicine? In our company, since we are primarily a generics manufacturing, so we are not manufacturing original, we are not developing actually original medicine. However, still we have R&D process because we have to prove the biosimilarity of the original product to the product that we are developing, and in order to be able to do it fast and avoid time-consuming and also complex clinical trials, the best way is to focus on analytical development in the lab and a lot of measurements and analysis that will document the similarity with the original drug. But since this is a very niche topic and maybe it's too technical for the audience here, I will focus on the other side, which is how we choose what to produce and where to address it. This is a combination of several data, let's say, several information. So one has to do with what patents are being released. So where do we have an opportunity to enter the production? The second is whether there are competitors that are ahead of us covering, because if somebody can bring this medicine to market, there's no point for us to compete. There are so many other areas to focus that we should not, let's say, focus on competing in something that we will not have the advantage. And the second and the third one is which are the countries which currently are in most need of this medicine, because probably the originals are very expensive there, because other manufacturers have not focused on those countries. So this is a very multidimensional problem, as you understand. You need market intelligence data, you need scientific data, and you need also population data and demographic data of countries. This is something that we have started, first of all, to build internally, at least to build as a first step the data estate, because all these data sources are very disparate and very fragmented even within the company. So there are different departments that are in possession of those data in the company. So the first step has been to bring them all together in a unified data estate. And the second is to start analyzing and use, first of all, statistical algorithms in the first place, and gradually machine learning algorithms to be able to identify where we focus our development and our development efforts.
Definitely, there is a need for a framework in order to allow data sharing between all these ecosystem stakeholders to have access to this data. George, we all agree on joining forces and collaboration. How does the cluster facilitate collaboration between the healthcare provider, tech companies, researchers, in order to create helpful and impactful solutions?
Yeah, in order to address challenges, you need a collaborative approach. Our cluster was founded not long ago, in 2021. It was an initiative of the Foundation for Research and Technology, one of the biggest research centers in Greece and quite active in the healthcare domain. And given that cluster models are not so common in Greece or so successful, the reasons why is a topic for another panel, we managed to gain growth and traction in these 3-4 years, and that shows the demand and need of the sector for a collaborative platform in order to develop new solutions, to test, scale new solutions. And that's how we managed to grow. Now, we are currently have on board 37 members, almost all from the private sector. And how we facilitate this collaboration is by building the ecosystem, meaning that we are trying to do matchmaking with our members' needs and services. We regularly host networking events. So this is and we showcase their work. So we showcase their work and provide them the opportunity to build new partnerships. The second pillar has to do with access to funding. So we try to engage with EU and national projects, as the title of this meetup is Innovation through EU funding. So it's something that we also do. We are currently engaged in significant European funded projects along with our members, either as partners or supporters. Today outside we are presenting Veles Excellence Hub. At that project we are building a regional health data space based on the new regulation of the European health data space, and we are developing their pilots on how health data can be used and shared among the participating countries. And the third pillar has to do with consulting and policy engagement. So we try to develop policy papers that present the views of our members, participate in public consultations, and develop the digital health ecosystem in Greece.
Perhaps a health-driven data space might be an idea in your cluster, to promote it and be actively in this area. That could be an idea.
I missed the first part, the health data space you mentioned.
Yes, health data space.
Yes, we are
a test bed of testing facility that researchers, tech providers, and service buyers could also join forces and create something like that.
Yes, right now as a cluster we don't have the capacity to do that, but we are supporting other projects and initiatives. For example, the European Digital Innovation Hubs have been mentioned by Professor Karkatselis, and we support Smart Health European Digital Innovation Hub, a hub that is coordinated by Forth and provides the opportunity to have this test before invest service, so that you can test something in Forth facilities or shared facilities, which they are also partnering in that, and then to scale from there on.
Thank you. Christina. Christina mentioned several use cases at the beginning. Now you, as a researcher, experienced researcher, how do you see the intersection of health data exploitation and AI, which is clearly transforming nearly all aspects of our lives? What the challenges, but the opportunities have you seen, have you focused, and have you addressed based on your experience in the EU-funded projects?
Thank you, Christo, for the question. I think the question can be, a title of the event per se. I think it's a very, very like a wide subject to discuss. Starting my answer, probably, if you allow me, I would give a couple examples from the pharma. Personally, I collaborate with, we have many projects which are not Horizon, but IHI. It's a different type of, it's co-funded by the pharmas. And we have an opportunity to collaborate more, let's say, hands-on and truly, let's say, shoulder to shoulder with the pharmaceutical companies. So my collaboration mainly with Pfizer and Novartis, and we built several products or prototypes, right? And actually I learned, because they are developing the drugs, Michaelis, you mentioned that you're working slightly towards different directions. So I wanted, I came here with a mission just to share some of the experience that I have. And I'm sure that some of you might be triggered, or it might, kind of push you to learn or maybe even explore more. So one of the things that kind of bridges tons of data and AI is the drug discovery. It takes about 10 years, from the discovery of the drug to actually to be pushed to the market. 10 years. And if we imagine people who are suffering with some diseases, conditions, and we can name a few, that's a lot of time, that's a lot of patients that could be saved. Maybe their life could be much better in terms of, let's say, maybe they are okay with the condition to live. I mean, that can, let's say, have some level of quality of life. Some patients might not survive without some of the drugs. And if we think about these 10 years, that's quite a lot. So I think what AI can do, and that was not possible or was very difficult before, is the accelerating the processes around from the discovery to pushing. And of course there are a lot of things that still to be explored, right? It's not like pharmas, they're very, very bureaucratic and the right word, classic. There are so many, rooted procedures that cannot be changed like that, not for pharmas. So, but we hope that this kind of process will facilitate. And there is another example with pharma that is very, very much linked. Basically the employees, any communication of the employees, right? Any leading documents, document management, like all the data is available to the company, right? So we're talking about, again, tons of data, and we know that the problem of the turnover, the layoffs, etc., especially after COVID, what has happening, the thing is that a lot of data, a lot of things are lost inside of the, inside of the workforce, inside of the organizational processes. And we discussed already with Christina a little bit example of the data that is used to streamline them or optimize the processes around the workforce. So farmers, they're very much looking, into the discovery actually of, or better use of this data, maybe automation of some of the processes. But this again, I'm answering still my questions, but I'm a little bit getting towards the pharma. So I also believe that Christina also gave many examples, when we are kind of bridging the data and AI, but probably I would like to mention that there would be no AI without the data. And I think we shall always keep this in mind, and also the follow-up, a bad data, bad AI, right? So the challenges, there are lots of opportunities. We all know, right? The prediction, we can facilitate the processes. But, and I believe that some of the opportunities were mentioned, but I think that like what we face as a challenges, especially with the latest introduction of AI Act, which especially impacting for the healthcare, because we are by the default high risk, whatever we are doing. So this is one of, I think, the biggest challenges. So on top of new technology that we all try as researchers, we try to find our pathway. We have also some regulations which are nice in the design. And I think that the logic of the Commission to differentiate the AI made in Europe to the rest of the world, being fair, not biased, being transparent. So we can probably call it safe AI or trustworthy, all right. But for the researchers, I think this is also kind of introducing a challenge. Of course, I'm not criticizing these elements that we should just embrace. But I think that this is something that will take some time for us to learn. And another element, but I believe it's like opportunity and a challenge, which I feel that the more I have experience into all the projects that I have, the more I feel that there is a need for research to real world pipeline or transition, right? And we have now lots of tools. We have data, but okay, there are lots of different, again, challenges around the data, and for the healthcare, it is interoperability. By the way, just switching a little bit to the discussion that we had in the first panel, a lot of very nice points were mentioned, but I think that one element that was not mentioned, I cannot recall being mentioned, but is critical for the healthcare is interoperability. And the thing is that, again, we say just a word, interoperability or standardization of the data, but it's even much complex than that, because the data is very much different. There is data, let's say, quantifiable, right? Something we can get from the sensors or from the lab results, but there is also psychological data. And we as people, right, we are struggling, all of us, with the stress, with the environments. This all impacts our behavior, health behavior, obviously. And of course it impacts our adherence to things. Come on, everyone is pushing the healthy lifestyle, the number of steps, the healthy eating, etc. But the thing is that these elements of adherence are not that much of, let's say, standardized. So if I, for example, run a clinical trial and I try to collect the adherence data, there is a very, very big gap or disconnection of reusing the results or, let's say, running something similar. Simply, it's not standardized. So this is, I jumped a little bit, to the data point. But now getting back to the AI and what I mentioned, the pipeline from the research to the real world. Again, we have now, and we will have more and more, lots of fascinating models, solutions. And let's imagine for a second that somehow we have the data magically. We're discussing about growing this complex ecosystem which should in the future come in the pieces. What we are missing is discussions, or maybe bringing up more to the point, how do we actually make the transition from the AI, from the model, from any technology, but specifically AI, to the actually clinical practice. And I guess I just want to kind of alarm or just share my pain, my experience, that we must think about how we design the AI. It comes from the design. Just very briefly sharing, recently I was part of the General Assembly meeting, and the healthcare professional, actually surgeon, mentioned, okay, just let us know what should we do in our pilot, in our study. What we will use, what should we do? And that was so concerning for me. When did we reach the point that we, technical people, say to the clinicians what they should do? It should come, from them, very clearly say, I have a problem, try to solve it, right? And I think that this shows this link in the maybe collaboration that was already mentioned, right? That the clusters that right now are created, they're critical, I guess, to bring the voices, balance the voices. But so it starts with the design, right? So we need to somehow to reapproach that. And I think we need to take baby steps. This terminology or this approach I learned from the pharma colleagues, actually. They are always using that. And one more element, and again, I'm not giving a solution, but rather just trying to trigger the challenges / opportunities. It's the cost effectiveness. Because nothing will be actually fully pushed to the market, to the hospitals, unless it is proven that it works. We understand who is paying, how much it will cost, what is the phases of integration. This will just simply not, something can be brilliant, but if we want this to be actually in the real world setting, the elements of, let's say these implementation studies or validation, it just cannot be ignored, I guess, any longer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we start the next round of questions, I'm going to ask you all to be as short as possible to the questions in order to avoid exceeding the time. We all agree it's not easy to get access to health data. And it is one of the points of the future and the challenges. Vangeli, how are you leveraging health data to make faster and more informed decisions in pharmaceutical research, but also the development?
Yes. First of all, I would like to reiterate a few things that Christina mentioned. It is true that the pharmaceutical sector has very heavy and very stringent regulatory processes. The impact that they have in data availability is, first of all, that you have a lot of fragmentation of data. So a lot of pockets, even within the company, possess different data. The second is that, at least in our business, the data that we need in order to make more informed and better decisions and more optimized decisions, I wouldn't say they are too much sensitive, meaning that since we are not dealing with primary R&D, we generally don't need a lot of patient data, personal data. We need a lot of statistical data, which may have a degree of sensitivity, but not the same as personal data as well. Also, in the pharmaceutical sector, I believe that, and I was glad to hear some terms like collaboration, like linking R&D to a real-world delivery, which is, I think, something which needs to be improved. I think we need more collaboration in the pharmaceutical sector because, on one hand, our end goal, the end goal that all pharmaceutical companies are addressing is health, which is a good rather than a product. And also, there are so many different areas to address that I believe there is space for everybody. So, of course, we are competitors with the various companies, but I believe we need to have more coordinated competition because in this way we will better address the shortages and deficits that we have if we focus, everybody focuses on their strengths rather than competing on a lot of different domains. So, speaking of this, I believe that sharing of data which are not very sensitive, very private, and not that either in terms of personal data or in terms of competition and intelligence, is something that can be improved because, as I said, okay, personal data are not the only kind of data that we need in product development, in pharmaceutical. And competition is something that we have to see in a more coordinated fashion. So if I give out some data about the demand I serve, this doesn't mean I reveal a competitive advantage to somebody. I basically tell them, look, these are the areas that I cover very well, so maybe it's not worth for you to enter, because you will have a very expensive process entering with little impact. But these are areas that I don't cover very well, so maybe there is an opportunity here. I'm not saying it's something we have addressed very well in the company, so we have not taken any initiative to exchange data in this respect. First of all, because we are still in the challenge to unify the data that we have internally. So sharing them outside is a second step. But I believe it's a challenge that we have to address.
Thank you. Christina, next question to you. What strategies can health organizations adopt to monetize their data assets while ensuring compliance and ethical considerations?
Okay, monetization is important and it's good. It's good to have healthy companies, P&L-wise, to have healthy P&L healthcare companies, pharma companies, so as to be able to invest more on giving better healthcare to the patients. I can name two areas. One has been discussed, but I will emphasize it on monetization and on the challenges. It's data sharing. Data sharing among everybody, among healthcare, among pharma, all the ecosystem. This has challenges, of course, and it has prerequisites. The foundation is that there is digitalization, that the data are available in digital form. Another mandatory act is that it is unique and that it is clean, it is healthy data, and that it is anonymized. So there are many issues there about the data governance for this data. And further on, the data sharing itself. So as long as we have the good data, then we have to have the governance among all the stakeholders so as not to see competition issues, as said, which it's logical to think about it, but there is so room to grow for everybody that as long as there is some governance, this can be handled to the best of all. So there are competition issues, there are moral issues, and compliance and regulatory issues that must be imposed so as to protect the data of the patient, to protect that whatever is being shared will not have bias, will sustain the moral and the ethics of the world and European Union. So that's one area that is very important. And a second area that from statistics and with the numbers that it can give, I think is a flagship area, and that's the fraud on health. The healthcare spend is quite big worldwide, in Europe, in each country. To imagine, in Europe, the healthcare spend, the annual healthcare spend is 1.68 trillion. Worldwide, it's about 24-point-something trillion. On that, statistics show and studies actually show that the fraud that happens now in healthcare is about 3 to 7% on the annual healthcare spend. So at the 1.68 trillion, you can think is that we're talking about 50 billion. If we can, with data, clean data and AI on it, if we can really handle this fraud, then you can imagine that this will give additional funds, large funds, that can be invested on R&D, on improving patient care, and and better the life of everybody. So fraud is a key area, and there is already lots of R&D on that, and we're expecting that this should be embraced by more and more governments in EU and worldwide. So monetization is key, and we should not feel bad about it because it does to the betterment of the citizens and the healthcare.
Difficult equation, but certainly doable. George, what key challenges related to data utilization or monetization have your members encountered?
Yeah, thanks. Just a short comment. I fully agree with Christina and the rest of the panels that we need quality data to feed the AI models, and that will shorten the innovation cycle. So we will not need 10 years, but we will do that in a shorter period. And the ultimate goal is to improve patient outcomes and optimize hospital healthcare operations. And as I see different projects here from various domains, I think that we should have a distinction between the primary use of health data and the secondary use, which is common for us here, but not maybe for the audience. So the primary use of health data has to do with the actual clinical application. so that the doctor, the clinician, and the patient have real-time data when they are needed, while the secondary use has to do with the use of anonymized data for research purposes, for drug development, for seeing how the regulation and policies have affected. So in this landscape, we see some key challenges that some of them have already mentioned. The first one, of course, is data access for research purposes, and gaining permission for data for clinical data is complicated. And now there is the obligation for the creation of the health data access bodies. So Greece will have one, and hopefully that will streamline the access to data. Some time ago also the Minister of Digital Governance mentioned that they were planning to create a horizontal organization of data that will go through all ministries and will gather data from various sectors. I don't know if that has any progress, but it was mentioned some months ago. The other challenge has to do with the pace of adopting the European Health Data Space Regulation. So there are countries that are compliant at a faster pace, and that will affect also interoperability among countries. Of course, we are not there yet. A significant challenge is the trust and cultural barriers in education. In our project that we are implementing now, the Wellness Excellence Hub, for example, we identified cultural resistance, lack of training, and concerns about AI as major obstacles. So we need to find ways to raise awareness, to educate both clinicians and patients about what data are we talking about, how they're going to be used, if we have control over our data. This is an important thing. And regarding data quality and monetization, Greece, now we are at a lucky period that there is significant funding for investments. For example, the electronic health record that is being built. However, in order to have high quality data sets, to create them, you need a lot of resources to create and to maintain these data sets. And we have to work on the business models around having these data sets. There are specific cases in Greece with clinics that have worldwide quality of data, and they managed also to monetize by collaborating, for example, with pharmaceutical companies. But in order to achieve that, you know, they have to train one person, the person that inputs, that actually does the data input to the platform, and they have to devote resources for that. So who's going to do that work in the public health ecosystem? So we need such examples to showcase a business model of monetization, and I think that others will follow, because in this vague framework, usually what happens is that people are afraid to take the responsibility to share the data.
Thank you. Christina, research often produces groundbreaking results. How can we bridge the gap between the AI research, the clinical, practical adoption, and policy or regulations?
I will try to be brief, because I think I've said already many things and I overmixed everything together because there are so many things I try to say in a very short period of time. I will just emphasize the collaboration once again. I think this is critical. Once again, we're starting with the design to bring the gap between the real world and the research we can only do together. I know that it sounds very like, you know, flashy and bold, but I think this is a true way of doing this, where people are not just, and again, don't mean to be critical, but I will say that, where people just don't mean to absorb the money or, you know, just like do something. Highly motivated people with actually opinion, with a passion. Yeah, this is what I believe would be probably a starting point, a healthy starting point. And then probably again, from my recent experience, I had a meeting. It was AI project, and we have quite complex system. And my approach is and was to kind of analyze every use case and then see similarities, while one of the partners proposed, like, let's simplify, or let's take and think of something very, very easy, simple, small, and try, and then, you know, try with that, hands-on, and then we see, is it reapplicable to other use cases, etc. My concern was that the data is very, very different. But now, as I revise his words, I think that maybe when we're staying within the healthcare, maybe that's an approach to follow. So we say that we have to collaborate, we have to do that, there are a lot of resources, some data can be gotten, you know, for the development of some of the models. I think that if there is a group of people passionate and can actually, you know, babysit a little project that can be used as an example, of course, then we will discuss about scalability, cost effectiveness, that's all will come. But if we start with something like a prototype of how that can be, just as a starting point, because there are so many dimensions, that already will be a very efficient, nice start. And I know that probably those initiatives already exist, but the problem that we might not know about them. Like today we met each other, right? But I had no idea that there are some initiatives that are happening, even though we're in so many projects and probably together. The problem of kind of getting to know each other, getting to know about each other, that's somehow a starting point. And there's so many initiatives. And I think that somehow that should be communicated, I'm not sure by who, or maybe a little bit by all of us, but that's a challenge. If we will find a solution through this, I think that there will be a really fruitful and fascinating, you know, next steps that we will do together. Thanks.
Thank you. How about the final statement by each one of you? George, you'd like to start?
Yes. Thanks. To add to that, Christina, I think that meetups like these are useful to take place, and so we can see each other, see outside the projects. This is a quite useful experience and meet the people. Now, as a closing statement, I should say that we expect that in the next 5-10 years, we are moving towards this data-driven ecosystem in healthcare with AI models assisting all different layers in the healthcare system, from optimizing hospital operations to improving predictions, to better use our data. And our role, as I said in the beginning, as a cluster is to create a collaborative platform and bridge the gap between clinical needs, technological innovation, and regulatory framework.
Thank you, George. Christina, a final statement.
I was processing in my mind what to say on top of everything, and I think my last concluding message, for now, I think I would probably touch upon a little bit Greece and Greek stakeholders, because we are here. Of course, we are across, many different European projects, but in Greece, the system is very fragmented, and the data is very fragmented. And I just want to probably leave the message of encouragement. If there are people interested, let's try to get together and find a way how to, do these baby steps together, right? Because I think that we all understand with different experiences, the problems are there. So let's find and let's be more passionate. I cannot say let's be more passionate, but I will say that because maybe someone will be encouraged and try some interesting work together, because I think collaboration, it starts with a discussion. It starts with a human discussion, and then things are getting on top. So not a very much data or AI concluding points, human, but I hope that some of you will be, triggered positively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vangelis?
Yes, it's very nice to be in this discussion, because discussing with people that are coming from different perspectives in the same area, you see that there are lots of trends that you don't realize that they also matter to others, but they do, like collaboration, fragmentation, and all these issues we discussed about. In the pharmaceutical sector in Greece, I have to say that companies have not been relying a lot on government to do what they have done, so this is an advantage. Even the investment tools that we have right now, it is something that the companies have designed, have brought up, and went to the government and presented and got the approval, rather than, you know, please give us tools to invest. So this is something which I would take it as an optimistic element, because I believe that it will also, in these new challenges that arise now, how to address and how to leverage data and AI to better, actually to better fulfill our mission, which is at the end bring medicine quality and affordable medicine to patients and people in our countries. That's the mission, and whatever we do should address this goal. I believe that again the pharmaceutical sector will find the way to cooperate on this and overcome the challenges. So this is the conclusion from my side.
Christina.
Yes, I believe that data and AI in the healthcare industry is not an option. I think it should be strategic to all in order to improve the life of the patient as soon as possible. But at the same time that we are speeding up creating all the use cases and all the solutions, I think we should all speed up on the governance, on how to secure that there is the moral and the ethical aspect that is handled, the non-bias, the equality for all, so as to create this trust within the ecosystem and with the patients, of course, and speed up everything to really improve the life of the patient. So speed up on the governance, to speed up on the trust, and speed up on the results.
Thank you very much. Data exploitation in healthcare, in health in general, cannot be discussed or analyzed within 60 minutes. I think you managed to bring out to the audience some key elements for further discussions, to start thinking of the next steps, to collaborate, to work together, and have results. And I would like to thank each one of you for such a fruitful discussion. Is there any question from the audience, or we should move to our networking session? Okay. Thank you very much. Are we ready to start?
All right. So, we are now going to start the next panel, so please take a seat, maybe something to eat before the lunch or something to drink, so that we can start in a minute. Okay. So, my name is Martin Lörs. I am from the FIR at RWTH Aachen in Germany, and I am the work package leader from DATAMITE for the work package that is considered with all topics about data monetization. I will be a moderator for this panel of data monetization strategies and value of data as an asset. What is this panel about? Data is no longer just a byproduct of digital processes. It has become a strategic asset. Unlocking this value goes far beyond simply selling these data. It is more about efficiency gains, new services, data-driven business models, and so on. But which approaches will shape the future of data monetization? In order to discuss this, I have today 4 guests here that will discuss this topic with me. So you won't hear from me any insights, you will hear from them insights. And first of all, I would like to invite Savas Rogotis to me. He's a senior data ecosystem project manager at BDVA and is also involved in the Data Space Support Center. Welcome, Savas.
Thank you very much, Martin. Thanks for inviting me to this panel discussion. Well, as you said, my name is Savas Rogotis. For those that you don't know me, I come from the Big Data Value Association, and I'm also part of the team that is working in the Data Space Support Center. I think that you have heard many times this name. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this initiative. The DSCC is one of the key initiatives in Europe that contributes to the deployment of the common European data spaces. So in this sense, we are very active in this community in order to facilitate adoption at the end of the day. Within the DSCC, BDVA is leading activities with regards to the community and stakeholder engagement. And I personally have been following a couple of initiatives, so I would like to bring in this panel discussion the insights that we have gathered from the community, and yes, to contribute in this way in the discussions. Important thing that I want to mention is the fact that the DATAMITE project is part of the community, because it's one of the projects that is, of course, contributing very much in the future of data spaces, a very important research and innovation project in this direction. So yes, for me, being here, it's a very big honor, and I would like to contribute as much as I can to the discussions. Thanks.
All right, so please take a seat. So next one, I would like to invite Professor Chrysostomos Stelios. He's director of the Industrial System Institute of Athena Research Center and professor of Department of Informatics and Telecommunication at the University of Ioannina. His research focuses on fuzzy cognitive maps and XAI methodology.
So, thank you very much for inviting me in this event. Actually, I'm director of Industrial System Institute, a research institute belonging to Athena Research Center. As an institute, we are mainly focused on AI, explainable AI, machine learning, and federal learning, and what is quite relevant, based to our opinion, to the privacy and cybersecurity, which I consider as a very important aspect for data and even for data monetization. And this aspect, because of this essential and importance, we cure it in our institute a lot. a lot of activities there, even in basic research or also in development research for the issues of privacy and cybersecurity. And the fact that it is important has to do that there is another panel discussion later this afternoon about exactly this theme. It will be my pleasure to participate to this panel. Thank you very much.
Next one, I would like to invite Stavrinha Sabati. She brings over 16 years of experience at the intersection of IT operations and large-scale digital transformation. Currently, she's leading SIE teams delivering cutting-edge solutions as OTE Deputy Director. Welcome.
Hi, Martin. Thank you. First of all, we're very glad that we have this event today. It's very nice to be in position to have discussions with colleagues from different areas and combining education but also business perspective, since this is not only a very interesting topic, but also there are a lot of things that need to be taken into consideration in order to take advantage of data as an asset. So sharing different perspective from both business and education is something magnificent. As you mentioned, my name is Stavrinha Sabati. I'm from OTE perspective, from OTE company. I have 16 years experience in telco, but also ICT projects. I possess a diploma in computer engineering and then complemented with a bachelor and the master in information systems. So this means that my whole background is IT. And within my current position, I have under my lead site reliability engineers. It's very useful to be in position to take advantage of data, to take decisions from data from operational perspective, and I hope that this will be the additional from my side. Thank you. Thank you.
And now I'm very happy to announce Professor Udo Bob. He's a colleague of mine from DATAMITE. He's co-founder and chief product and strategy officer at 1001 Lakes OI. Additionally, he's a professor of AI, data and information systems at the University of Budapest, and he also was co-founder and leader of Deutsche Telekom Laboratories. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Martin. So needless to say more about my person. Maybe stressing again that I know Deutsche Telekom Group quite well from some time. I even remember the acquisition of the shares of OTE Group, OTE Group, by Deutsche Telekom back then. And yeah, definitely I understand a little bit of the telecommunications business, and maybe I can help also building bridges there. Today we will talk about data monetization. I would like to stress that data monetization is a bit like the holy grail of data sharing. I would say that's the cherry on the top that is really necessary for well, having financially sustainable ecosystems. But before going into data monetization, let's do the homework first. So we have to be a mature company. We have our data processes. We have to have them ready before we start with monetization. So internally, the data strategy should be put in place. Data pipelines should be existing. Probably also data products that are offered internally on a platform before going external. Externally then, data spaces are one way to share externally, but there are also others. I think for multilateral sharing, data spaces are an excellent way forward, but a little bit complex. There might be also easier ways. Just depends on the use case. And then when all of this is done, when the maturity is there actually in all of the other processes, then let's focus on data monetization. And yeah, happy to share thoughts about this on the panel. Thank you, Martin, and thanks for being here.
Thank you. So starting with this panel about data monetization, we will have to explain in a short way and in a low entrance what is monetizing data. This question goes to Stavrinha and Chrysostomos. So what do you mean by monetizing data? Is it limited to selling data, or are there more nuanced and innovative approaches to generate value?
Hello, thank you for the question. First of all, I don't think it's very simplicity the fact that selling is just for selling data. It is much more from selling the individual data. And I think I have some in my mind some examples of what is monetizing data. It has to do with developing personalized data-driven services, which is quite important, building predictive models to optimize processes, providing consumer services based on data analytics, and develop products and services that are adhered for specific research needs. So, based to my perspective, it is much more. And what we have to do, we have to focus on how to use data and better understand the data, and based to the understanding of the data, to create sustainable competitive advantages and use the data and utilize the data. Utilize the data in various aspects, and this is what we are going to sell at the very end. It is quite important, and what we have to think about is that when we're talking for just monetizing data, it brings to everyone the concept that somebody is going to sell his own data. But what we have to ensure the privacy and to ensure the trustness of the data. And what we are going to do with this data is to exploit the data, to create value from the data. And how we are going to create value from the data? By transforming the data into useful information. And this useful information is going to be based to the AI technologies, based to using machine learning approach, so that it is not just selling the data and marketing the data, but is how to interpret the data and how to create standards, how to create infrastructures that will be effective and will be used for the different sectors of the data that everyone today is gathering. It is the data are gathering by many means. All of us, we have agreed to provide the data to companies, to all the devices, or to our mobile. But what we have to do at the end, to utilize and exploit this data.
Thank you. Stavrina, from your perspective, from a company, do you agree? At the bottom.
First of all, we need to take into consideration that data is not one of the most valuable assets, but is the most valuable asset that an organization and a business possess. What's the definition of data monetization? How we can revenue grow, how we can take advantage and make a financial benefit of that. There are two manners in order to gain. The first one, and when it's obvious when someone mentions, okay, I would like to engage to ensure that we are going to get money from data. So we have the direct manner, which is also called from others as the external, meaning that we are sharing our data. A useful use case will be Google Maps API. So it's a pay-as-you-go model, and based on the number of requests, then someone is gaining money sharing Google those kind of data. But apart from that, apart from direct cost, data sharing or selling data, there's also another alternative which is mentioned, and for us the most crucial, from operational perspective, it's the most crucial one. How can I use internally my data in order to make the appropriate decisions? which are the data innovations. As I mentioned in the introduction, for us in operations is very crucial because we can gain data if I'm in position to mention capacity decisions. Taking advantage of Kubernetes and cloudification, we are in position, we cannot afford just having hardware, but based on the analysis, not based on the feeling, but based on the fact, to be in position to take appropriate decisions. So for us, it's very useful to be in position to have the appropriate capacity management within our applications, but also take decisions because we have no zero bug use cases. So we need to take decisions, where should I invest, which bugs should I use, which bugs should I solve, which means, based on the business case, based on the business impact, which are the most critical ones, and make the appropriate prioritizations. Additionally, we should take into consideration that behind data warehouse are the more traditional systems, and that's where we started as operations and as organizations, I should say better, to use our data, meaning from a reporting perspective. So, okay, but why? What's the purpose? It's very useful for us to be in position to create personas, to have personal characterizations of each of our customers, and taking into consideration that OT is not just a telco. We also have extension in Cosmote TV. We also sell services, we provide services such as payments, Cosmote payments, Box e-food services. So this means that we are in position to take this competitive advantage comparing with other industries, with other telcos, and offer to our customers bundles that could be personalized. If this is easy, of course not, and based on data, it's almost 73% of those data which are not analyzed. So this is the challenge that we have today to discuss.
All right, so what we have heard is that it is not only selling data, it is a lot of more, but it is not easy. So the next question to Savas and Udo now, we have heard about different industries or some examples were mentioned. But which industry sectors in Europe are leading the way in monetizing data assets currently?
No? Okay. Okay, perfect. So, well, again, leveraging on the insights that I have the privilege to gain from my position through BDVA in the DSCC, we have the opportunity to discuss with many sectors, with representatives from many sectors, from initiatives that are deploying data spaces and are using this paradigm for somehow exploiting data as an asset, as we say. Okay, there are of course front runners. There are sectors that are moving ahead this wave. Of course, we can say here the ones that are more connected to supply chain paradigms, automotive industry, manufacturing, of course, are good examples. I just want to pinpoint also to a couple of examples that I have the privilege also to work with more closely, and I would like to mention the language technologies, and I have been working closely connected to the language data space. Of course, for this I would like to mention that it's a very nice example because also the disruptive nature and what we are perceiving these days with the language technologies, how data could be used as an important asset and bring innovation and contribute to more innovative products and services. And the business is huge, of course. The business is huge, and we can see that there are important partnerships being made all over the world. We can see important partnerships from OpenAI, from Microsoft, from Google, from Apple. So I think that this is a very nice example of how these big companies are trying to find data that are very important for them to train their large language models. And we see that there are more and more companies that are in need of more data in order to train better models that are more trustworthy, that are following, of course, values, that, of course, are based on quality data. So I think that this offers a very good opportunity for many, even more players, stakeholders, to contribute to this new paradigm. I could also mention the health sector, another sector that is very important. Of course, their monetization aspects could be, of course, are relevant, but this sector contributes also to the greater common good. So it's not only the monetization aspects that should be highlighted. And I would like to say that all in all, from all this experience from the sectors, also from industrial initiatives that are working out there, I could say that we can learn a lot. We can learn on their pricing models, revenue models, how they pivot, because this is something that it's not set in stone, right? I mean, they could follow a paradigm, an approach, and then they could change over the time, and this is very, very natural. We see this happening. So all in all, I would say that it's very important to learn from everything that is happening out there, to transfer the knowledge from one sector to another. This is very important, because we work all of us in the same community, independently of the sector that we are working on. So I think that it's a very good source of knowledge if we look to other sectors as well. Yeah.
Just to add to this, let's state that data monetization already exists, actually. It has been around for quite some time. For example, in the health industry, if you go to the Amazon AWS marketplace, you can buy data sets right now for a huge amount of money. For example, demographic data from COVID times, but also from quite some time ago. So this exists already. And the price is quite high, actually, that you have to pay on AWS there, 10,000 euros or whatever for a data set. But it's very rare demographic data, for example, in the health sector. On the other hand, this is not a very systematic approach. It's a very targeted one. Well done. The data is either raw data or cleansed data, but it's not really a data ecosystem that is leveraging the data economy. Also in the financial sector, we have this credit checks have been around. You know, even in the IT sector, your virus updates that you get all the time, that's also a bit like data monetization, but again, very targeted unidirectional approaches. So how to fuel the data economy, we have first emerging ones that are really new, and there I would say the leading economy would be the automotive industry. So maybe you have heard of the Catena X, data space marketplace. Who has heard of Catena X already? Not everybody, but some. And this is maybe the first really live example, in my opinion, where the data economy is leveraged. So building a car is a very complex process, so not only one company can do it. There are many suppliers in many tiers that are organized on Catena X. And one thing is, for example, offering and selling digital twins, where a whole car can actually be simulated by behavioral twins. So if you want to participate in the supply chain, you have one dedicated small product, you can simulate it actually how it interacts with the rest of a car and then sell it also over this marketplace. So I would say the automotive industry has set the standards already for data spaces that are not purely publicly funded, but industrially funded, and there will be many more.
Thank you. So the next question arises. Yesterday when I arrived in Athens, I drove with a taxi to the hotel, and I had a discussion with my taxi driver, and he said, "You're doing something with data. I don't want to share my data with nobody, and all my friends also don't want to share it." So how can organizations build trust with consumers while leveraging their data for profit? So Udo and Stavrina, this question goes to you. Udo, you should start.
Because I have the microphone in my hand already, so I will start, and then Stavrina will complement this. So building trust, it's actually having transparent rules how data is traded. And usually these rules provide transparency, but also data sovereignty. On the other hand, you should know that sometimes not everybody wants to disclose their clients to the competitors. So there can be also a rule that transparency has its limits, and there are some things that will not be disclosed. So trust has many facets, sometimes based on transparency, sometimes actually on the lack of transparency. However, the rules for this should be transparent. And agree on these rules, I think that's the key for building trust. And for this, we have started developing a rule book, actually, how to put this into practice. And it's also adopted by the DSSC and also by the IDSA. And agreeing on these rules gives also a legal basis of things. So if you agree not to share data with other third parties, then how do you enforce this if this is not at your own company, but it's across company boundaries, so you don't have a big boss to escalate to? So, of course, there's an escalation instance, that's the law. So you have contract law behind that. And building rules, agreeing on rules, and then putting also a legal basis to this. I think that's the key to build trust.
All right. From a company's perspective.
Okay, first of all, as Udo mentioned, as OTE, we are lucky that we have our own data within our own data lake, and we could also share with Deutsche Telekom. So some cases are already solved. Actually, the definition of trust is transparency, as Udo mentioned, and also control. Transparency, we mean that we need to make clear to our consumers the purpose why we store and we keep their data. They need to be clear and be in position every time to take the opt-in and opt-out capabilities, and not to take as granted as default that we have the consent of our consumers. And of course, this statement is also based on regulations as well. There are GDPR, CCPA, so yes, we need to apply privacy and the security policies within our systems. Once they're implemented, make sure that there are some roles that they're going to monitor and to audit, also internal but also external, in order to ensure that data are indeed kept, but also that we follow any updates that may take place. Take into consideration that now, because of digitalization, our customers are more educated, and also we have cyber attacks that we need to ensure that we're going to protect the data. We mentioned at the beginning that data is the most crucial asset that we have, and also our brand name is being affected on the manners and the ways that we protect the data. So in terms of controls, if we ensure that we have also protocols and that we have certifications, and every time, not only once we implement it, but we have consistent controls that indeed, because of operational changes, of product changes, but also because of legal changes, that we are still consistent with what we promised. And last but not least, it was mentioned by Udo, the use case of Google. Google does not offer only that. There are also, in order to take and not to have your taxi driver statement, we need to give something, to offer something. For instance, Gmail is a free service through which what Google takes advantage of is our data, but there is something to trade. So there are a lot of parameters, there are a lot of dimensions that we need to take into consideration, but also take advantage of.
So your answer to my taxi driver would have been, you are getting something for your data, but on the other hand, you don't have to pay for it, right?
Actually, I didn't mention that he could share his data, and on the other hand, I don't know, because actually you could share your data and then not to pay for the taxi course, not for the taxi, for the route, because otherwise it's not, first he needs to feel trust. And because of our brand name of OTE, this is very crucial, because it's not the same to trust your data to a company that you are not aware of, and to a company that has already a brand name, but it's very crucial because of those challenges, attacks, and those obligations to ensure that you're not going to damage your brand name.
Thank you. The next question to Savas on Chrysostomos. How are emerging technologies, especially like AI and IoT and blockchain, reshaping the landscape of data monetization?
Okay. First of all, these technologies, they are change all the landscape. It starts from IoT, who gathers data and collects data, then with AI that is used to transfer the data to useful information and knowledge, and also blockchain that ensure that nobody else is going to use your data. So all these technologies transform the business consumers relationship. And concerning the taxi driver, and just to, I'm not sure that you know that in Greece the taxi drivers talk a lot, and they think that they are the professor ones that are able to teach their customers and to provide experience, and they do not accept any doubt about what they say. But your taxi driver is the one who also produces data, and his data, it is somewhere around when he uses Google Maps to and all these apps. And so the data that is collected now, there is no ownership of the data. And this is something very, very important. All these technologies that you mentioned, they change the ownership. Now the data, it doesn't belong to the one who is producing or to the other one who is collected, but it belongs to all of us. And what we have to be sure that to ensure the trust of this data, and to ensure that all this the collected data is taking into the consideration the issues of privacy, so that these technologies change the whole ecosystem, change how the value is used, how the value is transformed in information, and also companies. Companies now, it is not just data collectors, but they are the ones that are the providers of integrated data-driven solutions, which at the end it could be a paradigm that shift the change of the organization on the way that leverage the data. So all these technologies change, from my opinion, the data ownership, and this is something that we have to look and to be sure that all the organizations, and because now we are living in a new world where there is a distributed ownership of models and information and knowledge at the end.
Thank you. Savas, do you...
Actually, there is something that I would like to add in your example, because as it was mentioned by Chrysostomos, during the discussion that you had with your taxi driver, as Chrysostomos mentioned, the taxi driver shared with you his experience. But there is one big question on that. Are the data accurate? The data accuracy and the data trust. So maybe if someone asks about that, this is also a very good question. We do have data, we do possess data, but can we use all of them and make sure and validate and confirm that those data are indeed accurate?
Okay, now I think it's open. Okay, perfect. Well, from my perspective, I think that all these technologies raise the demand. At the end of the day, they raise demand for more data. And I mentioned before that based on our experiences, we see that although big companies are trying to build partnerships and acquire more and more data as an asset, of course, in order to train more models, to use it for other purposes, to create value on top of data, there is also more and more need for data. And it's not all kinds of data the same. I think it has been raised. We are in need for quality data, up-to-date data, of course trustworthy, and sectorial. This is also something very important, to have a very close to the domain data. So this is another important dimension that I wanted to bring this to the attention of the panel. Last year we had the opportunity to build a paper, also in the context of the Data Space Support Center, that was on the topic of Gen AI, generative AI, and data spaces, and how this interplay works. And what we started, from where we started the work there, is from the assumption that the interplay among them has, of course, an important transformative potential. Because, of course, Gen AI creates a demand, and we really wanted to bring this topic on the basis that let's not put the focus point on data spaces and data sharing. Let's put the focus point on AI and Gen AI, the challenges, the needs there, and how, of course, data sharing paradigms, of course data spaces are important means towards that direction, and data assets could contribute and solve problems and address issues that we experience in the AI and Gen AI domains. And there were very important insights out of this paper. So for those that you are not familiar with it, you could find it out also in the dcc.eu website. But I think that based on these experiences, we can of course leverage on this experience and try to see how we could of course build more on top of this. And of course, getting more and more value out of data is a way to move forward in all different sectors.
Would you agree to Chrysostomus' statement that the ownership of the data changes with these new technologies?
Well, I'm not an expert to be honest also on the legal aspects, because this involves a lot. It's a very legal discussion at the end of the day. And also there are regulations in every sector that might also make things even more complicated, even at national level. The health sector is a very good example of this. So, well, I think that in many cases, having strong governance rules could help in this direction. Would also mention about the rule book that we are building in the DSCC. So, of course, respecting to EU values, provenance and traceability aspects are very important in this direction as well. So I think that if there are data sharing approaches out there that respect all these values and are built on top of a strict regulation framework, we can mitigate all risks.
Stefano?
Actually, we need also in OTE, in order to create a report, there is a whole process behind that. First of all, we need to clarify what's the use case. What is the question that we are going to respond to? Because we use data lakes, so this means that you export from the source systems your data, transferring to another one. So this makes attacks or the potentiality for someone to take your data, it's more risky. Once you have replied to what is the use case, then you have to ensure, apart from the source system, might be data anonymized, but also make sure which are the attributes that are going to be transferred to this data lake. After that, it's a different use case to have and possess the data within the data lake, the raw data, and it's a different action to have aggregated data. And then who is going to have these reports? Who is going to have access into that? So it's not about if we have artificial intelligence technologies and methods. It's that now data are available to everyone. So by everyone, we mean that yes, new positions, new structures have to be built in order to ensure the safeguard of this asset.
All right. Are there questions from the audience to our panelists? Nobody? Oh, yes.
Yes, I have a question because, I don't know, I think value from data, and we didn't have the chance to address this topic in the previous panel, comes from the data provider side in the sense of quality of the data, you know, correctness and so on, but also value comes from the user perspective in the sense of fit for purpose. So I wanted to check with you, to discuss with you how you are how you think this fit for purpose of the data, because at the end of the day, data are important to the extent that they are used and they are fit for the purpose they are conceived. And the example of AI is a very good example. AI requires specification for data, how they are described, used, and also how they are regulated. So from a pure monetization perspective and from the provider, I would like to know how it can be addressed, this fit for purpose paradigm that affects the data user at the end of the day.
Whatever microphone works is fine with me. Fit for purpose, right? That was, I was not so sure if I understood the expression correctly. I mean, as I mentioned also in my incoming statement, to share data, you have to have your homework ready as a data provider, so you have to have your data pipelines, your data products ready. At the same time, when you want to consume data, you have to have your homework also ready. So the same here, you have to know how to consume data products. Here it doesn't matter so much if it's traded commercially or it's just made available through a data product. And that's a key question. That's a key question. And we thought about this in DATAMITE as well, and we came up with a solution of a maturity model. So to assess the maturity of a provider, but also of a recipient, of a consumer, for data monetization, which includes lower levels readiness for data sharing and then the highest level data monetization. And from this assessment, you can derive a status and then, or can analyze the status and then derive action for coming to a higher status. And this is possible for the consumer, but also for the provider at the same time. So yes, let's get there. I think we know what needs to be done. We just have to communicate it, and I think a maturity model is also a good way of communicating this to the stakeholders, what needs to be done and what the need for action is.
Can I also take, okay. So thanks, Daniel, for your question, first of all. Daniel with colleagues. What I would like to say is from the provider perspective, I think that it's a very strategic question. When you are deciding to build a data product somehow in order to exploit it and get money out of it, in any case, you really need to think strategically and find use cases that this product might have a fit for purpose that we are discussing here. But just to challenge a little bit also the idea, because I wanted to bring this up also in the panel of data spaces. I remember that like in the first year of the DSCC in 2023, at some point, we were discussing about use cases. And there were a couple of examples there that why do you need the use cases? If you consider a data space as like a supermarket, for example, recipes are use cases, but you do not know the recipes. You have products, and for you it's agnostic. You don't want to know what anyone that buys something from the supermarket is making out of it, is cooking. So for you, it's pretty much agnostic. Anyway, I just wanted to challenge also a little bit the use cases example and the fit for purpose, because at the end of the day, data spaces and data sharing activities could contribute also to more agnostic activities that you put there, your data products, and you do not care how this will be used. But okay, it's a matter of viewpoint. I mean, different people might have different viewpoints. Just wanted to mention.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Ostafina, yes. Maybe take this one.
From OT perspective, we cannot just take data from a data source. So we cannot mention that, okay, I gather the whole, we have tables, we have attributes. It's not allowed to receive the whole table from the source system. So the use case and the purpose is mandatory. You start from that. You do not start from data. It's not allowed to have the data lake everything. And actually, even if reports in the past were implemented by this manner, because as we mentioned in some of the questions, it is mandatory to monitor the policies that you have already applied. So even if you implemented something 2 years before, now everything has been changed, which means that you have to review and proceed with appropriate modifications to your report, to your data, and stuff like that. We all need real-time data. We do not like to have data that even for 1 day before. It's too late to take advantage and analysis from those kind of, they're considered as obsolete data, even for 1 day before. And although it's a lot of pain from IT perspective, because in every use case, you need to gather or to make modification and attributes and then check which are the staging tables. So there's a lot of complexity. But if you take into consideration that your brand name, because you are accountable for the data that you possess, either you use it for your own, either you sell it. Especially if you choose the second one, then it's even more sensitive. So you need to start from the use case, and not that I do have all the data within my data lake.
All right. Other questions. Maybe now anybody has thought about it. I don't think so. So I have another question to Udo and Savas about small companies. So we have talked now about great companies, we have thought about big data value and so on, but how can small businesses compete with larger organizations in leveraging data as an asset?
Join forces. So if one player is too small, then you have to find other small players until you're big enough to be felt by the big ones. And I think data spaces are a very good means for achieving this. So another data space that is active is the mobility data space, for example. It also originates from Germany. This is why I know it also quite well. This is where small players can gather together and build together a joint project, a joint product to compete. I think, yeah, that's my main thing. Data spaces offer a lot also for the small players.
Okay, so what I would like to say here is that, first of all, you need to offer incentives, concrete incentives. We discussed in the previous panels, I think, the return on investment. For small companies, this is even bigger challenges than in big companies, right? I mean, when you would like to share your data, you need to prepare data. And this requires a lot of investment prior to getting something out of it. So it's a very strategic decision for even a small company to start all this process for making your data accessible, findable, or ready to be used without knowing what I'm getting out of it. So first of all, you need to offer incentives. And Udo mentioned data space. I think that this is a very good approach, even for small companies that would like to go into the data sharing ecosystem, because I think that they offer a field level of playing somehow with bigger companies, because of that data spaces ensure that their data could be findable at the end of the day and discoverable. So they could negotiate in a very fair way and compete somehow even with big players. And we discussed also, I mentioned previously that there is need for more and more data. But again, I think that it's a very nice discussion. I think that it might require also another panel to discuss about the adoption challenges, because we are at the beginning for this, I think.
May I say something? I think that the most important is the transformation of data, the usage and exploitation of data. And for this case, it doesn't play any role how big or small is a company. Actually, the big companies are able to collect and gather a lot of data using their own system and to create a huge data ports. But for the real transformation of data, the use and exploitation of the data, and to apply innovative techniques, innovative AI techniques, this is something that is of the benefit of the small one companies. And this is what we really know and have seen already, that usually it is not the big companies who are really succeeding in innovation and to produce new products, but the small ones who are able to use and exploit the data. Because the big companies is just the ones that collect the data and they have in their position. And as I already said, I think that now there is a change of ownership of the data. And this is for the benefits of the small ones. And I think that the small one companies is the ones that change the world.
Also, for me, it's not the size of the company. It's not if you're a small or a big size company. Of course, it's advantages to be in a big company. But on the other hand, we need to start from the idea, because also data are everywhere. So what's the competitive advantage of a company, regardless the size, and why to use those data and not the data from another company? So what's the scope? What's the advantage? What's the competitive advantage of this purpose? And afterwards, there are also other technologies, such as cloud, because one issue with data is where to store them, and hardware, you need a lot of hardware in order to store them, but also you need to ensure that it is being processed very quickly. And of course, artificial intelligence that we have those days is also one technological advantage.
Thank you. So, coming to an end now, I want all of you to have a final statement that you want to share with our audience about data monetization. So, Udo?
Maybe I wrap up without repeating too much, but data sharing is already taking place in many companies without having a structured concept for this. Think of the new paradigm of data mesh that is pushed not necessarily from public domains in the EU, but it's coming from Silicon Valley. So the first generation was data warehouses, then data lakes, and now data mesh is coming up. Of course, it's a smooth spectrum actually to move your data management. But data mesh are very good for sharing data within one company. So they don't have this sharing across organizational boundaries with rule books or other things or data spaces. That's not part of data mesh. However, data mesh helps you build data products. Think of data as a product company internally. And I think the next step will be to do it externally on data spaces, but focus internally on concepts like data mesh is probably very promising and not too much a step ahead from thinking data lakes domains. And then, the final statement is, I think then the step is not very far. So data spaces, fortunately, there's lots of open source code now generated by EU projects. You can deploy these actually. If your IT team knows about Kubernetes and Java and Kubernetes as an orchestrator of Docker containers that are wrapped around this code, I think this know-how is increasingly available. So the step is not so big actually to go into data spaces. So I would argue that this evolution from the grassroots is very important to connect to those bigger concepts like data spaces. On the other hand, if you start thinking of data monetization starting with data spaces, but you don't have your homework ready, I think that's the wrong approach. So, I think this bridge is built now from two sides, data mesh and internally, and then data spaces from outside, and this bridge is about to be closed very soon, with the help of everybody who's here.
Actually, for me, this is related with the number, and it has to do with the percentage of 73% of those data are not analyzed. This shows the complexity, because if you mention to someone, okay, you could and gain revenue from data, who wouldn't like to do so? But the fact that it's 73% are not analyzed shows the complexity of this action. On the other hand, we all agree that data is our asset, which means that indeed there is value in it, and we need to ensure that we are going to take advantage of this asset so as to take and provide us with appropriate data-driven decisions. So we are in this era, and all together, and this is the purpose of all those initiatives, we have to think and take good examples that someone has been already applied in order to ensure that we are going through this, this is the route that we're going to follow. And for me, there is nothing that you can do. We know the complexity, but that's why we are all here today, in order to find out the solutions and proceed.
And going to another one aspect, I think that with data monetization, what we have to think about think about ethical standards that we have to take into consideration and address privacy concerns. So that this is something that we have to discuss beyond our discussion today about technology, about IoT, and all of this. And what we have to be sure that we take into consideration the consumers and society restrictions, the data misuse, the issues of the public concerns, and also the ethical consideration. And this is very important from my point of view, and this is something that we have to think and to be sure that at the very end, all the ethical standards are taken into consideration.
Okay, so as a final statement, I think that it's important, as Udo said, to do our homework in several perspectives. I think that synergies and collaboration among different actors in the ecosystem is really important, also to facilitate this homework, because we can see important approaches, paradigms, and examples in other sectors. In the previous panel that was on health, there were a lot of discussions, but I think that very many sectors could leverage on existing knowledge that is found in other sectors. So let's keep our eyes open and ear open on what's happening elsewhere. Catena X, Mobility Data Space, that are the more industrial initiatives working, are also a very good source of information about how this could be operationalized. Of course, the Common European Data Space and approach for data sharing is also another place. And yes, for me as a final statement, I think that having our eyes and ears open in what is happening out there could help us evolve all as a community.
All right. Now, yes, now. Sorry. All right, so thank you to our panelists. Big applause for them. And now it's time for lunch.
We're now going to have a 30-minute lunch break before our next panel about the data-driven transformation across verticals.
shining so. When the beat drop, man, it's so. I'm trying to tell you what the people want. You can feel it even in your soul. That's how you know.
It was so right, was so wrong, almost at the same time. The pain and ache a heart can't take, no one really knows. When the memories cling till you no longer care. You can let go now. It's wrong for me to cling to you. Somehow I just needed time from what was to be. It's not like me to hold somebody down, but I was tossed high by love. I almost never came down, only to land here where love's no longer found, where I'm no longer bound. I can let go now. I can let go now.
This is Smooth Jazz. Streaming 25 years on smoothjazz.com Global Radio. The world is listening.
still. I wait for you to join me, sweet solitude for two. I wait for you. Birds I've never seen are singing songs I never heard. The sea, she whispers in my ears and soothes me with her words. The moon lights up your face, but it's just a photograph. I wait for you.
Buy your tickets, book your adventure, or plan your travel with the hottest jazz events guide. Available on the smoothjazz.com global platform, our website, and Smooth Global mobile app. The absolute best jazz festivals, concerts, and cruises around the world. Direct booking and tickets available now in the hottest jazz events guide on your source for smooth jazz. Smoothjazz.com global.
The slow jams continue. A 5-song EP from composer and keyboardist Mike DiLorenzo.
It's certainly no fault. It's never just one call. It's nothing I could at all could foresee.
A fresh blend of R&B and smooth jazz, featuring the vocals of Anna Moore. Slow Jams is available in the smoothjazz.com listening loft and streaming on Spotify, Apple, and Amazon Music. Meet Mike DiLorenzo at keepthegroove.com.
Grammy-nominated producer, record exec, filmmaker, and entertainment mogul Vassal Benford brings his special music magic to smooth jazz. Check out his latest, She's a Queen. The third advanced single from his forthcoming album, Melody Man, Vassal delivers a world-class performance. She's a Queen. Available in the smoothjazz.com listening loft. Ready for streaming on your favorite music platform. Meet the Music Man at vassalbenford.com.
Step into the adventurous musical world of Reza Khan. This is his latest, Mystical. Collection of 10 original collaborative compositions with David Mann, featuring Jeff Lorber, Keiko Matsui, Philippe Says, Niels, and Bob James. Get inspired, get mystical in the smoothjazz.com listening loft. And soar with Reza on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon. Meet the artist at RezaKhanMusic.com.
This is Smooth Jazz, streaming for 25 years on smoothjazz.com Global Radio. The world is listening.
Να πάρουμε λίγο τις θέσεις μας για να ξεκινήσει το επόμενο πάνελ. Can we all take our seats so we can start? We can resume with our discussion panels, please. Δεν θα φαίνεται. So, we resume after the break. Next panel in the agenda. Data-driven transformation across industries, lessons and innovations in key sectors. It is my pleasure to call, in order to moderate the panel, my colleague in DATAMITE Project, Antonis Apoutsis. Antonis, the floor is yours to moderate the panel, invite the speakers.
Hello. Yes. Hi, my name is Adonis Apoutsis. I will speak about myself and my role on DATAMITE after I invite the speakers. So I would like to invite first John Soldatos, who is an expert on Internet of Things and artificial intelligence and business consultant. The next, Fotis Economou, Director of Project Management Office of Danaos. George Sakas, Disaster Risk Management Expert for Center for Security Studies, KEMEA. And Vasilis Nikolopoulos, Deep Tech Entrepreneur, Co-Founder, Chief Technology Officer at Avocado. So, please take a seat. I take the... The microphones, yes. So, thanks for coming back. I hope that you had a nice, let's say, a nice lunch. I hope you're not too sleepy. So, my role in DATAMITE, the project, I am working at a company called Ostralo, which is a company for marketing for deep tech. And our role is mainly to deliver impact for the project. So not only on the excellence part where the technological solutions, services, products are developed and innovations, but also how you reach the stakeholders, how do you participate at events, how do you amplify your results, and finally how do you exploit these solutions towards applied sectors. So here we are today in order to discuss about data monetization and the role for data-driven transformation across industries. So we will give focus to lessons and innovations in these key sectors. So this panel will explore how data is transforming specific verticals like energy, security, Internet of Things, maritime, and in general smart technologies. And specifically highlighting challenges, innovations, but also best practices from these sectors. And as a conclusion, it will show how leveraging data is driving growth. So I would like to start introducing one by one yourself. So you can start to tell us who you are and a bit about your position, your role.
Hello. Hello. This is John Soldatos. I'm electrical and computer engineer, working in the academic space, but also in the entrepreneurial space for 20 years. And I'm actually a person that follows the trends. So I'm not doing, if you just see my books, my publications, my projects, I'm not doing the same things, but over the years, I'm following what's the trend. So these days, and in relation to this panel, I'm working on artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence in particular, so large language models, and all the innovations that these models enable. I'm talking about GPT, DeepSeek, and the like. My bet and my vision and my take in this panel, my position, is that in the next 10 years, every company, in every sector, no exception, will have access to a unique layer of data-driven intelligence, mostly powered by artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence in particular. This is my bet. It may sound sometimes that this is, just a trending topic, so everybody's talking about this. But because I'm probably one of the older people in this room, I just want to recall that in the 90s, somebody told me that everything will happen over the internet. All the transactions will happen over the internet within the next 10, 20 years. And it turned out true. Everything happens through the internet. In 2007, when the smartphone was launched, iPhone in 2007, I heard that everything will be an app within the next 10 years. Everything will be an app. And this was also true. Everything today, there is an app for everything. So today, I'm predicting, and this is my bet, this is my take in this panel, this is the way I'm going to answer the question, that in the next 10 years, every application will have an interface to data-driven intelligence powered with some copilot assistant or generative AI. And this is what I want to talk about. I believe that the key point in this landscape is your data. It's not going to be a GPT or DeepSeek. This is just the foundation. This is infrastructure. The cost of this will go to zero. So artificial intelligence will be free for everybody. What is going to make the difference is your data. How well are organized and how they can boost the proper answers and the proper intelligence.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Sakas?
Hello, I'm George Sakas, actually. I'm a geologist, actually I'm a seismologist. I don't want to afraid you a bit, but okay. I work at the Center for Security Studies, which is the research center of the Ministry of Citizen Protection. Particularly, we are working a lot with all the spectrum of safety and security, whatever you can imagine, from civil protection to cybersecurity, AI, or crime and terrorism. Specifically, me, myself, my colleague here, Nikos, as well, that we are here, we are working on the emergency management and civil protection sector. We have the goal, actually, and the work we are doing is mainly research project, European project mainly, and of course, strategic studies that are necessary for civil protection and in general for the country, if you want. Some of you may have heard some of them, you may have not heard some other, but it doesn't matter. Let's say to follow a bit the word from John, actually data is everything. I'm going to discuss, let's say, my answer, and this is the feeling for us, at least for disaster management, for civil protection, you know, for the sciences, if you want, but I'm not, let's say, a big fan of AI internally, because so far, okay, it works, it's fantastic for some things, But, it feels like it's in the beginning. It needs some work to do there. I'm confident that things will improve, but in any case, we can discuss more if you want, and we can collaborate on this more.
Thank you, thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Mr. Economou.
I'm Fotis Economou. I'm a research engineering, and I'm working in Danaos Research Center under the organization of Danaos Shipping that actually operates container ships and bulk carriers. So I'm coming from an industry that actually is heavily transformed to the era of digitalization. So they're coming into play concepts that we were not familiar in the past, like cybersecurity, data sharing, collaborative platforms, investments in information and data, whatever comes to that, AI and machine learning. So in a typical maritime company that you used to see captains and chief engineers, then you see a data analyst nowadays. So it comes very heavily into play, all this kind of scene. And we are getting familiar with that and getting knowledge on that. In the department that I am working, we are mainly focusing on joint initiatives or initiatives that get growth from our own, let's say, resources, and heading, let's say, at innovation and research in fields such as we're going to talk later on. My background is in maritime economics, specialized in port management, but I have certification in chemical engineering and informatics. We invest into our group of companies that the department that I'm working on is under the auspices and the organization of these companies are heading in two directions. We have the shipping company that typically actually manages ships, and a managing consulting company that actually develop solutions, technology solutions for the shipping sector. So we are vertical, our perspective is vertical, we're looking at maritime, but we need actually to get knowledge from other industries and get some, lesson learned from there as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nikoropoulos.
Yes, well, good afternoon for me as well. I'm Vasilis Nikolopoulos, so I'm the entrepreneur guy. In the last 25 years, I managed to create two startups. The first one was Intelen, was actually the conversion of my PhD at NTUA Athens. I was one of those guys in 2007, 2008 that entered the energy space from the computer science space. So, just combining the two vertical sectors, energy and ICT. So my first startup was created out of my research. I raised millions, I went to the States. That startup was actually acquired by Mytilineos in 2019. Mytilineos was, ex-Mytilineos, now Metlen, was one of my first clients. Actually the My Proteria mobile app, that was our service that we brought from the States in 2015, working on the customer engagement space. So working on data analytics and how you actually enhance the energy data analysis towards creating new business models and services for the energy sector. That actually merged, that acquisition created an internal R&D division, where I was responsible, and it's a quite interesting case, and that created a new deep tech spin-out, Avocado, heavily backed by Metlen. So Metlen now is our investor. And we have two objectives. The first one is to become the technology arm of Metlen, creating AI applications for the horizontal energy space. We're talking about EVs, we're talking about storage, energy storage, we're talking about the flexibility market, we're talking about advanced algorithms that create or simplify the complex energy market, both retail and wholesale. And the second objective is to become our own, apply our own business plan. So we are open to gain new clients, either in Greece or abroad. And now we're just getting ready to deploy our services in the UK, together with the Metlen listing, the stock exchange listing that we're going to have in 2015, in a couple of months from now. We do a lot of stuff in AI because we have tons of data. So our investor, Medlen, has tons of data. That means that we are capable of creating very, very competitive models to train them. We are adopting, let's say, a Harvard best practice, the AI factory. So it's actually best practices and workflows and processes, how to set up and run an AI division inside the company. So how you actually train algorithms, how you clean data, and how you derive and create business value out of algorithmics. So the art of AI product management, how you create an algorithm that solves a problem and how you sell that specific algorithm. We do a lot of stuff there. We are creating services now either on the cloud, and my actually technology vision or my technical vision, because you see out there like DeepSeek, like John mentioned, right now it's extremely difficult to predict things in technology. No one can predict anything, okay? Things can change in the next 2-3 months. So we are creating a company as Avocado that we are very, very easily adaptable. So we can adapt to technology. We can adopt technology, we can adapt to the technology trends right now, and in order to create advanced AI services. And my vision, it is how to become or how to convert the cloud-based intelligence to the edge AI intelligence. Why? Because in the energy space, it's a huge market that we have a lot of hardware devices. We have smart meters, we have EV charging vehicles, we have EV charging stations, we have batteries, we have hardware, and that specific hardware, there is a big potential that this hardware can become intelligent. Not only for the sake of the market, but also because the big manufacturers, right now they have understood the opportunity, and they're trying to embed or to apply local intelligence to these devices so that they can become service providers. Okay, so for me, there is a big potential and a big opportunity in the energy market now, right now, for edge AI services. So everything will become local. And of course, the LLMs and the Gen AI will become corporate. Okay, as we mentioned before, we're gonna have all the companies, they're gonna have corporate vertical LLMs that will be trained by their own data, okay, their own IP, and that will enable them to give services into the open market.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all. Let's go deeper into the questions that we have. So the first one is, what role does data play in emerging markets, emerging trends, such as civil protection, Internet of Things, smart technologies, and energy? So, Mr. Soldato?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I see a remark, we have 2 pro-AIs here and 1 against AI, or moderate, which is okay.
It's interesting, I would say.
So I would like to come back to the previous position. In order, I mean, for over 2 decades with the digital transformation, companies were told to collect data. No matter what was the sector. You had your factory, or your energy plant, or your oil refinery, and what we are hearing is what data is the new oil. So you've got to collect data, and maybe you've got to structure it, and so on. Now, now that companies are drawing on data, they need intelligence, they need insights. Where does this come from? AI. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, specifically generative AI, not because it is a trend, but because it is making everything more accessible. If you work on the energy sector, the civil security, or any sector, and you are expert on what you're doing, so you know the use cases of your sector, now with the Gen AI, you have the power of intent-based computing. You don't need a guy like me, a computer scientist, to program the computer, to analyze the data. The generative AI model can do this for you. Of course, it's not perfect. I agree. It's not perfect, but myself, I don't believe in the perfect artificial intelligence. It's a tool. We have it now, and we can use it. None of us is Einstein, right? But we are still useful for our companies, for ourselves, for our families. This is also why I don't believe in this artificial general intelligence vision, right? Like, an AI that is doing everything better than the human. We don't need this necessarily. We just need the best technology we have to get a boost on our productivity. The technology does not have to be perfect. So in all the sectors you mentioned, data are important because this is what is creating your intelligence. As I mentioned before, cost of AI will go to zero. It's gonna be like the telephony today or the cloud cost. So the cost is gonna go to zero, and then it's all about what Gen AI applications you have and what data you have to get the right answers.
So before we move to the next speaker, my question is, what about challenges, current challenges? Which are the limiting factors that prevent going there, and how data plays a role? I mean, like, we have more and more quantity of data.
Yeah,
and then
maybe we have people here that have played with data, and we know it's a difficult game, depending on the industry also. For example, in all industries that they have a physical component, manufacturing, energy, there you have the operational technology. So just getting the data and putting them on a big data database is a challenge by itself. Then in every industry you have the regulatory challenges, which are, there are certain things you can do and certain things you cannot, or you cannot easily do. And this is also a problem of Europe, right? I mean, as a citizen, I'm really happy that the European Union cares about my rights, the GDPR, about the risk of AI, but as an innovator or somebody that wants to create things, this creates a challenge because it's a limiting factor. I mean, all the GDPR, AI Act, and also you can imagine in China they have no GDPR. I don't know who has visited China. Everything, all the payments can be done with your face. So these guys are collecting insane amounts of data. They have less challenges in terms of protection and so on. And like DeepSeek happened, in 1 or 2 or 3 years, they will give us a model, wow, working perfectly, which we cannot have, in Europe and in the European industry. So regulation is certainly a challenge. Of course, it's an important pillar, but it's certainly a challenge. And then, how do you really organize your data? It's not always about volume. I understand, the more data you have, the better, but I think you may recall what Vasilis said. We will be processing data at the edge. So ideally, they want to have the right data than just having a big sea of useless data.
Thank you very much. It was muted, I guess. Yes.
No, okay.
Perfect. So
I
Mr.
found
Sakas?
Now, about the role of data. Okay, I will give you 2 examples. Okay, probably all of you have lived with it. One is the earthquakes that you listen very, very frequently these last few days, and one is about wildfires or fires, simply fires. So now you have the earthquakes, and you say, what data? I cannot do anything without data. It's so simple. I need seismometers, I need accelerometers, I need GPS. So all of these are sensors installed on surface or subsurface. They have at least 3 components, and they write data every millisecond or something like that. So imagine the volume of data. But if I don't have this data, I simply cannot do anything about it. So that's the first problem. The second problem is that you said that from the moment that we have data, and we have many data, but in physical science we do need lots of data, okay, lots of data. There is the other issue that I want good data, reliable data, and of course it's the processing. And the processing can be done usually, with models, simulations, and all of this. And yes, you can use it with old models or new models, empirical, physical models, or models with AI or not AI. The issue is not the AI, and I agree with John. we have the AI, it is a tool, but I'm starting to have a feeling, a sense that many people start using the AI like, with blind eyes, something like, no. You have to use the AI, you have to be able to see the result, to not depend on the result of the AI. It could be wrong. It's a new technology, it could be wrong. It learns. Actually, it's self-learning, so it may have learned something wrong. There's the point. The point is not to use the AI, the point is how we use the AI to help us. Because I'm seeing now in many, let's say, if you want, typical or traditional models in the physical sciences, they are starting to use AI. And they are doing a good thing to use AI, but it's on an experimental level. We're trying to use and learn to see if it works. Maybe in the end, it will, let's say, guide us towards to have better models. And that's the one big thing. And the other thing, imagine like fires, for example, you have a wildfire. In order, let's say, even to just start the detection, you need drones, cameras, temperature sensors. You have to have, let's say, meteorological stations that measure humidity, moisture in general, temperature, wind speed, wind direction, to make the simulation, to use data, let's say, to take the other sensors that are installed, let's say, in the forest or outside of the forest, again, to measure various parameters. So you need data. Without data, you cannot do anything. The challenge is, again, is real-time data, strong data, real-time, fast, really fast. If you have it fast, it's better. Reliable data, and then you come to the processing. Of course, okay, the GDPR issues, okay, in terms of in physical science, you don't have, let's say, such big problems, but there are problems in when you have to deal with people, how evacuate people, where are they living, who are they, do you know their personal data, their characteristics. You have to take some things like that, but it's not let's say, such a big problem. It can be handled much more easily in some cases. But it depends. In Europe, we are very, very, let's say, strict about GDPR. In other countries, we are not. For example, we went in Australia 1 year ago, and it was very simple. We have to enter, we were going in a building, okay, they have similar GDPR rules, but there was a paper with a QR code and saying that unless you are going to give us, let's say, your name and your signature, or you cannot enter. So simple. Of course, they have, let's say...
In application, it's real, like it's
no,
not...
it's an application in your mobile phone.
Yeah, it's not really limiting you. I mean, it's like yes and no.
It's not limiting you, but, at some point they are doing, also for safety reasons, security reasons, we need to know that you are inside the building, and we need, let's say, your approval that, okay, you are giving us the right to use your name even for a few days, okay, but that's it. It needs, the GDPR can sometimes be very, can make life a bit difficult, but, it has also some kind of security, at least for as persons.
So a balance between data, let's say, innovations and data quantity, and also policy compliance in general, all this.
You have always to be policy compliant. Yeah. And all of this, all the data, the input, the processing, and the outcome, all these have to be...
The interesting aspect is also what you said, somehow they have the GDPR in Australia, but the application, the way they apply it, the real is like more straightforward, like you said, with the QR code.
And actually, from our experience, because, okay, we are dealing with this issue, it's pretty much the same like in Europe. There's only a small difference in terms of data protection officer, if I remember correct. But, they have it, at least the nations that are more, let's say, advanced. In China, it's different. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Mr. Economo?
Yeah, good question, actually. I mean, I'm coming from an industry, maritime, that is actually is built upon, let's say, on this connection between the ship, that it used to be like an isolated factory plotting, let's say, on a far, let's say, oceans, and it has to communicate with the shore base, let's say the headquarters that managing the ship ashore. Back in the days, this communication was only happening once in a day, or when the ship was called the port upon departure or arrival. Sending new reports of basics, let's say, spots of data, what happened at this time, of typical things like your course or your fuel consumption or something like that. Typical reports. The communication was only through satellite, was costly, was harsh and intense, and was something that was getting into the limits, let's say, of getting in contact only when an emergency happens, or when you need actually to transmit, let's say, the information that you need to transmit. Nowadays, the bandwidth's getting higher. The vessel is 24/7 online. We have, I know OTE actually provides some of the services. Starlink with bandwidth to hell, let's say, that you can actually access the ship whenever you like. And this is when the party started, It seems that you can actually communicate data, whatever happened now in the ship, to the shore-based. IoT applied, so all maritime companies and a lot of vessels started to create or are now equipped with mesh networks of IoT with sensors on critical, let's say, equipments, either on the machinery or on the navigation parts of the ship, transmitting data in high frequency and sending it actually to the shore base to have a constant look on what is happening on your vessel. But now the question arose, okay, I have the data, I have the communication, what am I going to do with the data? It started, let's say, with some insights, so let's see how my fuel consumption is going, because fuel consumption means money in shipping, or to see how actually the vessel is on course, or when going to reach the destination, these kind of things. So basically insights, nothing more. Then the analysis come into play. Let's say we started to play with predictive analytics, or ML and AI, generative algorithms, as John said before. Or we started to create digital twin concepts. Let's say not having a streamline of information from the physical objects to the digital, let's say, environment, but vice versa. So starting into the concepts of creating simulation of new configuration and optimization and send it to the edge to get, let's say, the decision support on the edge. So new concepts very, very fast coming into play. And this transition came in with challenges. Not so with the GDPR, because GDPR was applied, let's say, horizontally to every sector, and this is something you need to comply. But I think the most, okay, you can mention the cyber threats, because now you're open, let's say, to the cyber attacks. But again, I think the most, let's say, challenging thing was the people themselves. Imagine that the crew on board are, especially for ocean-going ships, that are crossing the ocean, they are far from, let's say, from the shore. There are people that they know to do certain things. I mean, they have the chief engineer or the engineer staff that actually know how actually to propel, let's say, the ship, or you have the captain and the bridge team to navigate the ship. And now you ask them to get familiar with things that they are not at all familiar with. So if you can create, let's say, for example, you actually harvest data to create an optimization model for your route, let's say, that's happened at shore, how it actually avoid weather, or you're actually being on time on your destination, or consume the less fuel that you can consume. And you send it to the captain say, okay, I'm used actually, okay, they are familiar with new digital things on the bridge, they're getting familiar with these kind of things, but they are not very kind of trustful on these kind of things. So they are not, you need to build trust on what the ML machine or the AI will generate from them. So this is the challenge. And this will be overcome when you show to the people that this machine, that you don't know anything about that, generates what you need, you know, a very beneficial outcome for your own job. So when you see that the route that they're going to actually plotted by the machine is the route that he should have been plotted by himself with the conventional means, this is when you're going to gain trust. The other thing is that, okay, when this is the interoperability with different systems. Now you have interfaces with your classification society, with your flag state, or with the port that you actually call. So the new concept of collaborative platforms and common source of data that you can actually access different stakeholders and share data, they're coming into practice nowadays. But the challenge that we know that we have in these kind of things is the standardized format. So you have different systems that send data with different standard formats, and you need actually to have a common, let's say, language that all the systems should speak with. And now regulatory bodies like IMO, that is actually the head of the regulatory body, let's say, in maritime, starting actually to create this standardized format that all the stakeholders will speak with. Okay, I can name some other trends that actually we are applied. Some blockchain for smart contracts between different stakeholders, the supply chain, or for cargo tracking or fuel consumption tracking. But again, because we're speaking about people, I think the awareness and the familiarization with this concept with the people that are used to do the job with different means, it's the most crucial challenge that we need actually to address.
I think it's very interesting what you said with the human element, because we can have a lot of, let's say, big data sets. We have a lot of information. We have AI. But as you said, experts sometimes may not trust all these results. So in order to persuade them somehow, I think that we need to expose to the way it takes the decision, to show the way. Maybe they don't do it themselves, but they understand how they came to that conclusion, the models or the AI. I think it's really important in order to understand and to start to be persuaded by the results. And of course, quality.
Exactly. And another thing is that
of
you
outcomes,
need to
really.
somehow incorporate their knowledge or to analyze their behavior in doing things and actually incorporate it into the model rather than actually have a black box with input and output and set it like that. This is another thing that you should seek for.
Especially with sectors where you have human operators, where
Exactly.
you have handles and you really operate by humans, yes. Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Nikolopoulos?
Okay, so for us, from the energy perspective, data it's very important, but at the same time it's a very difficult task. It's hard to find them, hard to extract them, and it's extremely expensive to do so, depending on the existing hardware. As I mentioned before, hardware for us, it's a strategic thing right now, and edge computing is also a strategic thing, and I will explain right after with some real stock market examples and why we're going to have a revolution in that space. I mean the edge computing space in the energy domain. For me, in order to differentiate in the AI sector, you don't need smart people. Smart people exist. You're going to have mathematics. It's out there. What you need is unique data. Okay. Bear in mind that right now the OpenAI and all the open LLMs, they have roughly used 85 to 90% of the global data existing on Earth. Okay. So we are approaching a plateau in terms of training data sets that we have. So in the energy space, we are not social media markets, we are not banking markets. That means that we have data in the last 5-10 years, okay? Because the hardware that we were using before 2010 was dummy hardware, was obsolete. We never had smart meters, okay? I obliged to go to the States to set up my company in 2011 because still in Europe, only Enel, only Italy had a pilot installations of energy smart meters, so we could actually have access to real-time energy data. So that was a big problem for me back in 2000, to find data from the energy space and to make analysis and make money. Okay. However, now we have an exponential growth on energy-generated data, either from smart meters, from electrical vehicles, from inverters, from batteries, from smart sensors inside houses. However, and that's the crucial thing, and I want to pay attention to that. However, hardware plays an essential role. What I mean that I need to install something, or I need to adapt something, either in-house or in infrastructure or in the industry, so that to dig data out, and that type of data are not always right, are not always in good shape. So we invest a lot of time and money on data management and data engineering. However, now this is the tiny and the tricky point here. As I mentioned before in my introduction, we are moving as Avocado towards edge AI. And why is that? Now imagine a case study when you have a gateway installed in a big building or in a smart home or in a retail customer, and that smart gateway actually it's responsible for gathering data from sensors, from appliances, from your smart meter, and it's not yours, it's a third party, okay? The data are owned by the customer. That's legal definition. So the data are owned by you, your house, and you give consent to me to use them for a specific reason which I have to state clearly. Now imagine that up to now we had the data provider, you, using the hardware, and the cloud provider or the analytics provider, me, we're just taking the data through smart metering, uploading the cloud, and then advanced mathematics, LLMs, training models are doing the job. Suddenly, there's a third party going into the game, the hardware manufacturer, where he says to you, okay, guy, listen, customer, the home consumer, what he does on the cloud, I can do it locally. Okay, so I can actually provide forecasting models. I can provide a small LLM, an SLM, which for me, it's very, very near. I can provide you with local intelligence for you, okay? And don't send anything to the cloud because, you know, it's GDPR, or data may be lost, etc., etc. So what I foresee here is that cloud providers and cloud analytics companies are going to have a big problem in the next years. Huge problem. I'm always, of course, talking for the energy perspective, for the energy market, but I think that will come up with IoT and smart meters and smart apps in general. And why they do that? Because they want to add value to their hardware product. And they can do that right now because they have the technology. So what we see is all the intelligence from the energy market will be concentrated in small hardware. Tesla cars, they don't even let you get out data. And why they do that? Because the data, it's their power. Tesla batteries, they don't let us take data out of the inverter. They do their own job with their own cloud and their own local analytics. So for me, that will put a lot of pressure in big cloud providers. Bear in mind that when the Chinese announced DeepSeek 4 or 5 days ago, NVIDIA stocks plumped. And why is that? Because they just proved using a different training technology. In LLMs, we use supervised learning. They were the first guys, based on a paper, that they use reinforced learning. For me, this is a revolution. And they proved the world that we can do cheaper and better through mathematics and through science. However, one company, the stocks were up. If you do a lot of things with NASDAQ, Apple. Why? Because actually they have proved the market, and bear in mind that market makers, they know many, many more things than us. They have proven that in a very long, short period of time, small LLMs, SLMs, or small intelligence will be able to be run on iPhones and smartphones. And this is what the CEO of Deutsche Telekom mentioned. I think that in Barcelona, he mentioned that in a couple of years, we don't have apps because you're going to have an LLM or SLM, train your data, so you give commands and everything will be done automatically. So what I have to point out here, I want to point out that all this revolution that we are currently experiencing will create revolutionary changes in the market. From the technology perspective, from the business perspective, and for me, from the manufacturing and hardware perspective. So in the very near short term, we're gonna have appliances, we're gonna have kitchens, smartphones that will have their own LLM, their own intelligence, and the data that will be sent to the cloud will be minimal. This is why, again, from the NASDAQ example, 4 days ago, Google published their ER, their revenue earnings report, and they missed on cloud services, they missed on cloud revenues. For me, as the edge computing advances in the energy, but I can say that this will happen to other markets, as the edge computing, the edge intelligence, and as AI definitely will go to zero, the cloud companies will face a big challenge, identical to the one that telcos managed to challenge or to face tens of years ago when free chatting apps were online and they were losing revenue from SMS. That's the death spiral, as we say. So for me, the future is concentrated, the future is distributed, the future is on the edge, and definitely everything will go to zero. And this is where data will play a big essential role.
Thank you. Very interesting. Okay, so we discussed about lessons and challenges for these key sectors. Let's discuss quickly a bit about the best practices and perhaps even a vision for the future. So we discussed where we are now, the challenges that the market or the sectors are facing. What are the steps for the future, and if you can give us some hint of vision for the future, where we're heading?
Yeah. I will try to build on the previous discussion. As we collect more data, and this is happening, right? Just to maybe, you know, if you pay attention, just a fact that can blow your mind is that during the last 2 years, the amount of digital data generated across consumers, but also across different industries, is more than double than the data collected from 2022 back to the beginning of the humankind. So we are in an era where data generation is exploding. So we have more and more data. More and more data combined with advances in compute. I don't know if it's going to be NVIDIA or in the future quantum computers, but this is the vision that Vasilis described. You will be able to run ChatGPT, not the 1 trillion neurons version, but maybe a model of 10 billion neurons, which is good enough on your iPhone, or even on a cheap Android phone of €100. And you are going to have an industrial computer which will give the intelligence inside your company. This was what was described. So the future will have a lot of targeted artificial intelligence. So not only we are going to stay on the chatbot-like artificial intelligence we have today, maybe you are all familiar with ChatGPT or DeepSeek, but we are going to build specialized GPTs, I am simplifying the term, that will be proficient in specific tasks in every sector. So if you take the banking sector, they will be proficient in credit risk scoring, on credit underwriting, on anti-money laundering. So you train specialized artificial intelligence with targeted data, and you build this thing which is called AI agent. So an AI agent, you can think it as a digital worker, digital human. In the beginning, it's going to be everything about digital tasks. In the future, we are going to have also the robotic workers. So we are going to train on the physical world agents so that they will be able to do physical tasks, like the work of a technician, which is very physical because at the end of the day, you have to do something on the physical world. It's not posting on the internet. So this is the future I have in mind. It's going to be an agentic infrastructure, specialized artificial intelligence agents, so not a general artificial intelligence that is doing everything, and then a coordination layer that makes these agents able to collaborate with themselves and with a human. This is going to unlock the power of the data in the industry. And of course, you will have a very simple and a very accessible interface to the expert so that you are able to gain insights, but most importantly, to complete actual work. So to configure your meters, to put something on your ERP, to repair or to service an asset. This will be done by agents. I think this is what the future will look like. And I think we need, we will see two types of players. On the one hand is who builds this AI infrastructure, who builds ChatGPT, DeepSeek, the foundational models, but also the agentic infrastructure. And there it seems currently that in Europe we are a little bit lagging behind. But a lot of opportunities will come from the adoption of this infrastructure. So whoever in the industry is able to structure their data properly and to be efficient in adopting this technology, and this means the human factors, training the people, realizing, doing the cultural shift, reskilling people, streamlining processes, because if you have a good process in your company, it's much easier to automate and streamline by the agent. So I think there is an opportunity for industries in this space. Of course, you need data, and somebody in some industries, you need somebody else's data, and we said this is difficult for GDPR, but I'm going to tell you a best practice. Build a product that solves a problem to people, and people will give you their data. Everybody knows that Facebook is getting all our data. Everybody knows that Gmail knows our boarding passes when we fly, but we perceive that we get value out of them. Mm-hmm. So we give them their data with our consent every day. Even nowadays, everybody understands that we are giving personal data to Facebook. Mm-hmm. So this is the best practice. Don't try to rely on the regulation, but solve the problem of people, or of the industry, give them something that really makes their process faster, easier, cost-effective, and they will give their data to go.
Perfect. Thank you very much. A quick comment from Mr. Sakas. Vision and best practices.
Listen, knowledge is everything. Okay, so we're going to need more data. We are going to have, actually, we will see better sensors, which produce better data, cheaper sensors, and sensors everywhere. You know, from the soil up to us, you know, for a firefighter to have augmented reality, virtual reality, biosensors, everything. The problem is that from the moment that we will have all this data, we need the processing. So practically, we are going to need something that can process all the data fast and reliably. And the big issue is the decision support system that we are talking about. So we were going to need something to give us decisions. And the much more difficult issue, and I'm closing with this, which it's a question, is what happens that, let's say that we conquer the system, and I have all the data that I want, I have my processing, and I have my result, which could be a warning, anything. what happens if this decision from the system, from an automatic system, not a human, is wrong? Who takes the blame? And this is going to be a huge issue in the future. And that's it.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Mr. Econom, quick comment so we can have some questions from the audience.
I see three things in the future, but actually nowadays. The one is that is something that we are investing in is the vertical, let's say, LLMs and the verticals OpenAI. So we're building, let's say, on concepts that, okay, we need a system, an AI-driven system, an LLM that actually speak your own language. So we're investing on LLMs and that actually speak the maritime language. This looks like easy, but it's not. Believe me, it's something that we're investing in, and I see the future on that to be applied vertically in the industry. The other thing is what Vasily said before. I'm very fan of it. The edge computing. I mean, the edge computing happens every day. I mean, in shipping, we're only talking about, let's say, the unmanned ships, the automated ships, blah blah blah. But okay, if you won't be really advanced in edge computing and smart, let's say, devices, because ships is actually an accumulation of smart devices around it, fully digitalized nowadays. So you need actually edge computing to head at this point, to reach that point. And I'm not going to mention, let's say, who is going to be blamed if you have like, okay, this is a topic that is always open. And the other thing is collaborative platforms, but not in the sense on sharing the cloud data, but rather lessons and optimization model. I mean, federated learning is something that I believe in. Actually, nobody trusts actually to share data, but it trusts to share some smart, let's say, model in a centralized global model in order actually to be optimized and learned by many people. So this can become beneficial to many stakeholders without actually saying the data that they own or the data that they have might have some privacy issue or some other regulatory issues. So vertical LLMs, edge computing, and federated learning, I think these are the three topics that I am seeing nowadays.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Nikolopoulos, you already told us, you shared with us the vision for the future.
I finish with a
maybe
statement.
Yes.
So, just building upon on that and just summarizing, I totally agree with all the three other guys talking. For me, vertical LLMs, definitely corporate LLMs. We have our own Cortex. Cortex, it's a smart energy AI assistant that we have right now. So we have the data of the customer, and that's what AI Act does. We have the general model, but as AI Act states, you have to train the model with individual customer data, not others' customers' data. Okay, so we need to have verticality definitely there. So you have an AI assistant that we are trained with for big clients, B2B. So you can ask the model, please tell me why my utility bill was raised this month comparing with previous month. How much was the raise? Or what I can do to save energy? Or please give me a hint, if I install a net billing system, what's going to be the IRR for that specific system, that specific vertical place? We are trained Cortex to do that. However, Cortex does not have all the data, so we can have another vertical LLM from the labor space, and the two LLMs will be connected to each other using agents. For me, that's the future. Vertical corporate LLMs, either in the cloud or many small on the edge, that will be connected with each other, getting information back and forth. So it's a totally distributed future.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Thanks to all. Now let's go to the audience. We might have, for let's say, one or two questions from the audience, if you have any. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Rahul Nambani and I'm working for the Singular Logic. I'm a PhD student and also a software engineer. So I am in the big favor of the AI, for sure. I'm doing the programming since 2012. So my question is like, When we were doing in programming in 2012, we were using some small codes. We try to fix the programs by Stack Overflow Hub, or try to use our brain again and again, try and hit our brain to fix the program. Now, after AI, I met many different programmers also. They are making a very good programs using the AI. But when I ask them a simple question, they don't know exactly what they are doing. So don't you think after AI, yes, there is innovation, but people are losing their opportunity to train their brain to think something innovative by their brain, not from the AI. So what do you think about this? I'm completely in favor of the AI. I'm using the DeepSeek, I'm using the Quinn model. Remarkable, they are so good. But I think these are also some limitations for the humans also. And also, don't you think there should be some methods to teach normal people how to get maximum benefit and also use your brain also to think something more innovative rather than just completely relying on the AI?
Thank you. Let's see the human element.
Yeah, this is an answer from an older guy. In my era, we were learning assembly. You know, this was the way of programming microsystems at the time. There was not even, or some C, C++, but there was no Java, there was no JavaScript, there was no Python. And when this changed and we went to a higher level language, I saw a lot of people saying, oh, if you don't know the code of the machine, you are not a true engineer, right? You are just, a high-level manager making fun with computers. So the easiest answer is to see this as the next evolutionary step on the journey of making our interface to the machine higher level. I don't like to say this because I'm an engineer. I used to be a programmer. I've written many thousands or millions of lines of code myself. So, it is embarrassing, right? If you see a machine doing what you studied and years to do. But I think it's the only way to go. And what we see right now is that fortunately or unfortunately, these AI systems will be writing the code in the future, not the developers. The future developer will be a kind of maybe business analyst, right? Maybe somebody that understands, I don't know, prompt engineering and intent-based computing rather than instruction-based computing. Now, having said that, I believe that your question is spot on. So if we had some politicians here, I would say that the $1 million question is that now that we have all these tools that can write essays, they can draw images, they can draw different shapes, they can write code, how do we have to reform our educational system for the future? I don't have the answer. I believe that this is subject to a study at the social and the political level right now. Because I'm not so bold to say you shouldn't learn how to code, you shouldn't learn any language, or you shouldn't learn how to write an essay, because ChatGPT can write essays. I don't have the answer. I believe it's the $1 million question that politicians and the society has to study as we speak.
Thank you. Yes? Any? Okay. Any other addition, or it's something too long? Maybe.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. If you disagree,
I'm the one to agree with John, but okay. As we speak, okay, you have this model, but you have, as a user, okay, not like a programmer, whatever. Okay, I'm not young. Okay, I'm coming through an era that actually we have to really search on paperwork in order to actually come with an information, or then Google come and actually pose simple question for simple answers. But now, okay, I use ChatGPT, or who does not? But okay, I see the youngsters, actually the young ages, that actually rely on what the GPT says. I'm not relying, so. I mean, you need actually to have your own critical thinking on it, and you need actually to reconfigure the answer before actually pop it up and save it to the receiver of the information. I don't know, the future, okay, the machines will be smarter, definitely, but okay, I mean, you train the machine. If it becomes stupid, then the machine maybe becomes stupid as well. But anyway, I don't know. It's something you need to see. I don't know.
One sentence, I totally agree. Over-automation, hyper-automation will be a societal problem, definitely. Not only in coding, in general, okay? In general education, okay? As Elon Musk said, when everything will be done by a machine, we have to improvise new things to spend our time. That's not, I mean, in Tesla, the auto driver now will be everywhere. So you have to find something to do in the car when you're traveling 3-4 hours. That's a problem right now. So they shift to entertainment. And once, last sentence, when Excel came up, there was a big motto that accountants will die. Okay, accountants are still there and they're using Excel. So we will definitely adapt somehow. But we don't know how yet. But we will, I think.
Perfect. Now Mr. Sakas wants to say something.
I cannot control myself.
No, we are okay. We are okay.
I remember when I was in high school, okay, in Greece, we were giving some exams at the end of the high school to pass to the university. I remember that at that time, if I had the paper and the pen, I could do any calculation. Any calculation, you probably do the same with just this. Now, if you ask me to do this, I cannot do it. And you know what I'm doing? I'll open the calculator in the phone or in the computer. So I'm towards you. We're on the same side, but we have to see, okay, the new technologies, because I remember in the university there was one exercise that it took me 2 hours to do it with hand and calculator, when in Excel was 5 minutes, 4 minutes, something like that. So we have to learn to use it. I'm not against it, but we have somehow, to put some limits, not to get a bit, I'm sorry, dumb. If you want.
Critical thinking about critical
to
thinking.
set up the limits. Okay.
This is the part of the human. Okay. So thanks a lot. I think our time is off. I mean, it was a very interesting panel discussion, including Internet of Things, energy sector, other verticals, smart technologies. We discussed about humans' best practices, challenges, and vision for the future. Thanks to all of you.
It's the time for our final discussion panel. We addressed several topics today about data, the exploitation of data, managing data, challenges, opportunities. It's time to address some of the final, let's say, challenges, the ones that were mentioned in the previous panels. We cannot talk about data sharing, data exploitation, without discussing security issues, without discussing privacy issues, without taking into account legal aspects and the ethics. Since when we talk about data, the use of data and the use of AI, ethics and legal are considered as major elements. So I will call to the floor the moderator of the next panel, Polina Petrova, a DATAMITE partner from IF, to welcome the panelists and proceed. Paulina, the floor is yours.
Okay. Dear panelists, dear audience, my name is Polina Petrova, and representing DATAMITE as a legal expert, it is my utmost pleasure to be moderating today's legal panel on the topic of privacy and security in the age of data, finding a balance through legal and ethical challenges. As you're all probably already aware, this panel shall deep dive into the inherent tension between data monetization and user privacy, focusing on ways to balance revenue generation with respect for user rights. The panel shall also examine the complex legal and ethical issues surrounding data governance, focusing on how companies may in fact maintain compliance while making ethically sound data choices. Prior to deep diving into the topic, which is also going to be followed by a Q&A session dedicated to the audience, it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists and use the opportunity to thank them in advance for their invaluable participation today. So first of all, Ms. Eleni Geruzzi, who is a lawyer and has been working for OTE for the last 17 years, as part of the legal department, and who is mostly dealing with privacy and security issues. Then we also, she's standing in the middle actually, so this is Ms. Eleni Geruzzi, and then right on her right side you see Dr. Evangelia Vagena, who is a legal expert in compliance, data governance and IT law, specializing particularly in data protection and copyright, as well as cybersecurity. She's a senior director of compliance at Orpheum, and an independent legal advisor and DPO for private companies and public institutions. And finally, she's also Vice President of the Hellenic Association of Data Protection and Privacy. Then we have Dr. Vasilis Tontopoulos, I hope that I pronounced the surname correctly, who works at Aegis IT Research GmbH as the ICT Business Innovation Director, leading the business development, innovation and commercialization activities of the company's solutions in the fields of cybersecurity, crime investigation and data management and visualization. And finally, we have Konstantinos Patsakis, who is an associate professor at the Department of Informatics at the University of Piraeus. He's standing on your left side. Who is also an adjunct researcher at the Institute for the Management of Information Systems of Athena Research and Innovation Center. His main areas of research include cryptography, security, privacy, and data anonymization. So prior to diving into the topic and the core questions of today's panel, I would like to invite you to share some further introductory sentences about yourself. I have mainly concentrated on your aspects, on your BIOS aspects, which are directly related to data, but maybe you want to share something further beyond that, and also some introductory sentences on the topic. Who prefers to start? Yes, Eleni, thank you.
Thank you. So hello, my name is Eleni Gerouchi. As already been mentioned, I'm a lawyer. I'm a part of OT Group's legal department for 17 years. And as of January, I'm also the OT Group's DPO, Data Protection Officer. I would like to start with a comment that I was, an introduction that I was actually thinking about during the whole panel discussions, which were all very interesting, is that how the role of privacy professionals has evolved over the years. I mean, speaking from my personal experience, we have started as lawyers dictating what the legislation is talking about, and now we are here as part of this panel discussions, bringing insight on how we can be enablers of business in order for them to monetize and analyze data lawfully, while at the same time being able to ensure and protect our customers' privacy and the control over their data. So I think that is a very interesting development, if you are thinking about over the years, how we are actually part of decision-making and the role of business in monetizing the data.
Thank you, Eleni, for the insightful introduction. Evangelia, do you want to go next?
We go, the ladies go first and things like that, huh? Well, actually, I have nothing more to add about me. You said more than even needed. But just to say that I have the opportunity and the pleasure of working mainly in a company which is a data monetization company in the field of music copyright, Orpheum, and that gives us a chance to profit from the results, and we can relate to the questions that have already been discussed, although we are not part of the specific DATAMITE project, but I have appreciated already all the benefits that similar programs may have.
Thank you. Konstantinos.
Thank you. So, my name is Konstantinos Patsakis. I'm coming here, let's say, with a more focus from cybersecurity and privacy aspect. In general, I would say that it's well known that privacy is not the same with security. I would like to keep in mind one of the first definitions in privacy from, let's say, not from the legal perspective, but let's say from cybersecurity perspective, from people that have worked. I think it was Hughes in Cypherpunk's manifesto that said that privacy is different than security, and it's this, the capability of selectively sharing oneself to the public. So by the first steps, one of the first aspects that people wanted to keep in mind when discussing about privacy in the cyber world was enabling people to share what they deem appropriate and when. So this is very relevant to the discussion that we are going to have. So the ethics of whether this can be traded, how, when, and whose are the big questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Vasilis.
Okay. Hello from my side as well. I am Vasilis Theodopoulos. I'm the Business Innovation Director of Eastside Research, an SME company. And I'm actually responsible for the commercialization, innovation actions and solutions for the company on cybersecurity and crime investigation. Thanks a lot for being part of this panel. My initial thoughts when I was invited to be part of this panel, because I'm a technical guy. I'm a PhD holder in electrical computer engineering, actually. So my first thoughts were on the following dimensions. I have been involved in research and innovation projects on national and European level since 2000. 25 years now, and in all these years, in all these projects, the different sciences, technical sciences, legal sciences, socioeconomic sciences, were treated isolated. I mean that every expert in the field was working on isolation from the other disciplines, from the other sciences. As we enter the digital and shared economy now, and the European Union actually is embracing this digital shared economy, all these disciplines need to join together to be tightly coupled, I would say, in order to deliver secure, trusted, and useful solutions for the EU citizens and the business ecosystem. So my initial thought is that we cannot go on isolation, and we all need to work on the same direction and work together, and of course find the balance between technical, legal, and ethical dimensions of problems, and deliver trusted, secure, and innovative solutions for the ecosystem. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasilis. And in fact, we commence the questions, the core part of the panel, with you, with yourself. So, how companies may monetize data in an ethical manner without compromising user trust or without sacrificing the user experience?
Yes, okay. Companies actually need to be accountable, and accountability has a lot of dimensions. We have to talk about legal dimension of accountability, ethical dimension of accountability, technical dimensions of accountability. And in order to monetize data, we have, first of all, to be accountable and analyze all these aspects in order to deliver solutions for the clients, for the customers, and for the partners as well. We just need to identify what means legal accountability. Okay, we have legislations, we have directives, we have NIS2 that has been enforced in the European Union for the delivery of secure services and products in the business ecosystem. We have, for example, Cybersecurity Act. We have the AI Act that is in place now, and we have to also think how we can get value of the data that we collect in a consent way from the users in order to deliver these innovative solutions. Ethical accountability means that we go beyond legislation. We have to do the right thing. We have to actually enforce mechanisms in order to be transparent as organizations, as company, and actually not only tick the box from our customers that, okay, I collect the data for this, but to also demonstrate to them that we do the right thing for them and provide an added value solution, not only for them, but for the society as a whole. And also, in order to do so, we also need to put human in the center. So we have to provide, we cannot leave the technology to lead actually the progress of the society, but always the human should be in the center and drive all this innovation.
Thank you, Vasilis. Evangelia, what are effective consent mechanisms for data monetization? Well, it was supposed to be. Anyone? Okay. Eleni then.
Consent is, I think, a key element when we are talking about monetizing data. The most effective way to gain lawful consent is, of course, transparency. When we're talking about transparency, as Vasilis already mentioned, this is not just a legal obligation. It's a business ethical obligation to give the customers, the data subjects, control over their data, and in order for them to be aware what we are going to do with their data, how we are going to use it, and with whom we are going to share their data. My experience is that most of the companies, especially big companies, have more or less complied with this transparency obligation. I mean that all companies have a privacy policy or a privacy notice embedded in their websites. What it's still not so much conquered by the companies is that the consent and the transparency obligation is not just an obligation about providing and making information available. Is more about urging and encouraging data subjects and customers to be informed, to read, and to get access to the information that is provided. In this way, we can only say that consent is lawful because it is an informed choice. I think that this is also very crucial because it's a factor that enhances and fosters our clients' trust and our clients' loyalty. I think this is also an asset. Besides their data, customers' loyalty should also be considered by businesses a very important asset.
Thank you, Eleni. I think that we continue with yourself now with the third question, which is, what role does transparency play in monetizing user data responsibly?
It is pretty much covered, I think, by what has already been mentioned. But, okay, just to sum things up, transparency is very important, and it's what makes businesses distinguish themselves as tech companies. I mean that we should be able to give all the information that is necessary to our customers in order for them to make informed choices. And we should not be afraid to give them this information, because I think that, especially in younger generations, people already suspect what we are going to do with their data. So it's just a matter of trust that we are open and that we are clear towards our customers, and then give them all the information that is necessary for them to make choices. As I already mentioned, this is what helps us gain our customers' trust, and this is what builds loyal and responsible clients.
Thank you, Eleni. Vasilis? How may companies establish an ethical framework for responsible data practices?
Okay, first of all, we need to, the companies need to understand what adopting an ethical approach is. They have to, as I said, to put human in the loop, to have human at the center of the delivery of solutions, and to actually employ mechanisms, operations, in order to enable, to demonstrate that they actually consider the stakeholders' requirements. They have security and privacy by design when they actually they plan to deliver a solution, and also to implement and deploy mechanism, privacy enhancing mechanism. And in order to do so, they also need to come up with socioeconomic impact analysis in order also to demonstrate in the end that the data that they collect from users, from businesses, etc., they have social and economic impact for the society and for the business ecosystem as well. So this ethical approach needs to be in the culture of an organization, and the organization, an organization actually consists of three different dimensions in my point of view. This the people that need to understand and act in an ethical, legal and trustworthy way. Operations that have to be designed and being delivered in a secure, trustworthy and transparent way, and technologies that actually need to satisfy all these aspects of an ethical approach, as I said. That's true. Yes.
Okay. And then the next two questions we have an explanation for by Costa, but he's also sharing the time with Eleni for the first one, and then with Vasilis for the second one. So, what are the biggest regulatory challenges related to data governance?
So I would say the first issue, the big issue, has to do with fragmentation. The fragmentation has to do with, I would say, both sides. For example, we have from the one side the companies which are very fragmented in terms of geographical areas, and for example, the fact that we have companies harnessing data outside of EU, and we cannot do anything. Okay, this data might be processed, I would say laundered, and then sold back to EU. How the regulatory framework can actually trace this back and understand what is happening is a big issue. So from one side, we have the jurisdiction of people who are processing the data, what they are doing and how they are doing it. Currently, there's so much information about people that it's available online legally. I mean, people posting their stuff online or whatever, but also illegally because, for example, there are so many leaks from companies that have been compromised. People collect this information and sell it online, or just publish it in order to shame the people that they have penetrated, or use it as, let's say, a means in order to get the ransom. This is a very big aspect, and the regulatory framework that we currently have is very fragmented on the other side, meaning that we are talking here in Greece, which is part of EU, and nevertheless, if we start discussing how the legal framework is here in Greece, and I go to Italy, you will see that it's completely different. If I go a bit further to the north and start discussing with Germans, with French guys, or anyone else, you will see that the framework that we have, the legal framework, might have the let's say, similar principles. Nevertheless, it's very different. So in a world that you can have companies that have branches here and all over the world, actually, this fragmentation creates many cascading effects. So the regulatory, let's say, challenges come from both sides, from how the legal system and the regulators try to have an overview of a fragmented picture and the fragmented picture of the regulatory framework. So the challenge is very big, and we need to understand that regardless of how we are discussing here, previously I was hearing the discussion about LLMs and people saying how they are trained and how much information they are consuming. Where is this information coming? Is this legally collected? When I will have the trained model, I will not know how it was trained, practically. So has the data been laundered? I don't know whether the regulatory framework that we have is enough to tackle all these challenges right now.
Eleni?
Yes, just a very small comment on that. From my point, the biggest challenge is the multiple regulations which businesses have to comply with. As a small example, recently the AI Act, the Artificial Intelligence Act, has entered the European legal framework, and businesses not only try to comply with this new regulation, but also have to study its interplay between the AI Act and, for example, the GDPR, which is also very difficult to copy with, and it entails a lot of time and effort to be able to be compliant with, to study and to be compliant with the whole all the regulations and the legislation.
Yes. Thanks both of you. And then we go back to Kostas again with the next question. How does emerging legislation affect data collection and usage practices?
So you said how the legal framework, right?
The emerging.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that Eleni said something which is very important, that currently the corporation organizations have to comply with multiple different frameworks. So you said the AI Act, we can start with DORA, we can start with GDPR, NIS version 2. So this is creating a big, let's say, both bureaucratic, both legal, but also, let's say, operational bottlenecks for organizations to actually understand how they can do business with the data and comply with all these regulations, because in many cases these regulations are contradicting with the goals of what they want to do. So this is like juggling with knives, trying to understand whether I'm doing it correctly and whether, for example, I will be cut, meaning the law, I will do something that it's violating a specific regulation or law. Even more, it is very important to understand that this might be legal here in Greece, but might be legal in Portugal. Okay? So the legal fragmentation that I was discussing before is something that we need to find a way to homogenize and come, let's say, with some specific uniform laws, at least for Europe, in order to say that what data collection is here in Greece is also compliant with Italy, with Germany, or whatever. Do we agree on that? Do we have, again, let's say, common ground on that, so that we can proceed in order to, let's say, provide a safe ground for companies to understand that if I do this, if I follow these technical means, these directives or whatever, I'm okay with the rest of the legal part. I think that this would be very beneficial.
Thank you, Kostas, and maybe Vasilis has something to...
Yes, I totally agree with Kostas and the other speakers that the homogenization of legislation and the different directives that are applicable not only across countries in the EU but also across continents is a key issue here, the data collection and the data usage practices. Because actually the companies that deliver solutions need to be aware of whether they can do this data collection, data usage practice in one country or in another country or if they can process data in this data center, for example, that resides in Germany or outside in the EU, or for example to analyze all these requirements about where data is processed and storage, whether we're talking about different cloud service providers. So for example, currently we're trying to understand whether we deploy our solutions in a cloud provider, Google for example. We need to consider and also select and advertise in our privacy policies that we collect data and we process this data in Google cloud providers, but they are located in the EU, for example. So this homogenization of legislation will enable ICT companies mainly to they relax some burdens actually that we face today, and we actually need the legal experts to be with us in order to better provide services in a more secure and more privacy-friendly way.
Thank you, Vasilis. And then we go with the last two questions, which are for Evangelia, this time really. So first of all, how do you envision the future landscape of data monetization legislation? This is a very interesting question, and very specific.
Yes, exactly. First of all, I would like to remind that the European Union has had a very extensive regulatory job, let's say, function during the last years regarding the data processing. Not only personal data with general data protection regulation, but also the rest kind of data with Data Act, Data Governance Act, Open Data Directive. In addition to that, we have had extensive legislative work on content moderation with the Digital Services Act, which regulates the content in platforms. We had also in digital business with the Digital Markets Act. We had also with cybersecurity. So, on the contrary of what you said, to allow me to have an objection there, that we have had enough of regulation in order to get the same rules as, at least in the European Union, having the same level field in technology business. And not only that, not only in European Union, but we had also the extraterritoriality parameter of all this regulation, meaning that this is what they usually joke by telling us that US produces software, China produces hardware, and the European Union produces regulation. This is what they call Brussels effect, because Brussels is setting rules that will apply all over data sharing, meaning the GDPR says that it is applicable not only to Europeans, but either if the processing takes place outside Europe, but concerns people living in Europe, either Europeans or non-Europeans, etc. The recently voted AI Act has the same effect. It says no matter where the AI system was produced, was developed, AI Act will still apply on it. So we have all this somehow regulatory imperialism of European Union imposing its own vision of data sharing regulation in general. So I think we have had enough of regulation. I wouldn't like to see any more regulation. I would like to give some time to see if this, how all this regulation applies at the end, because imagine that you are all involved in these data sharing programs, and everyone who is involved in data sharing business has to apply all these overlapping sometimes regulation from European Union covering the same activity, in addition to take to apply local possible regulation for the same topic, depending on the destination of data, on the origin of data, or on the establishment of the data processors. So enough with regulation. Let's give some time also courts to interpret all this regulation and to have the time to assess its impact, whether or not finally it achieves its goal or it proves to be counterproductive.
Thank you, Evangelia. I couldn't agree more with you on that, on the need for more particular and insightful interpretation. And then we go with the last question, which is even more specific concerning the future of the regulatory framework. This time, more particularly with regard to cross-border data trade. How do you envision this changing or even developing further in the future?
Once again, taking into account that personal data transfer has already been regulated, because GDPR provides for safeguards, meaning it provides either for adequacy decisions by the European Commission for the countries that you are allowed to transfer the personal data with no problem, either standard contractual clauses that you include in your contracts, and if you agree to adhere to them, it's okay to transfer your data, or binding corporate rules that especially multinational companies get them approved by the European Commission, and again, it's okay to transfer data outside Europe. That concerns personal data. Now, I believe it is heavily debatable whether personal data, according to GDPR, can be tradable. There is no explicit reference to the selling of personal data in GDPR. On the contrary, in other legislations, like the CCPA, the California Consumer Privacy Act, there is explicitly provision for the sale of personal data, providing for the right of consumers to opt out of such a sale of personal data. On the other side, for non-personal data, the Data Governance Act allows, in its recitals to be honest, does not prevent even personal data transfer for commercial reasons. It imposes other mechanisms and safeguards in relation to the transfer to third parties of non-personal data, and usually approved by the European Commission. Lastly, because I have been listening since morning the notion of data monetization, I would like very much to listen also to a notion that will highlight more not how to make money out of data, but how to make value for the common good and for the humanity out of data, because I think this is even more important than how to commercialize them.
Thank you. I think that this has been a really a very good closing statement for the core part of the panel. Now, the audience, do you have any additional questions to our distinguished panelists? Although they have all been very insightful, but maybe you have something in your mind. Yes, please.
I have a question.
Yes. Do you need a microphone?
I can speak loudly, not necessarily have the microphone. Actually, I feel that what I would like to set as a question has been partially covered by the various speakers. However, I would like to give another dimension, which is the exact one as I will tell you. We have a very fast technical evolution. We are discussing for the beyond 5G era towards the 6G era. Why? Because up to now we had the Internet of Things, and tomorrow we are facing the challenge of the Internet of Everything. That is, new services, new interconnection, global interconnection, not only in local or European markets, but everything from the earth to space will be connected. This is at least the vision of 6G, the main core, as the IoT was the vision for the 5G. Professor Hatzakis
we also have the appearance of artificial intelligence connected with machine learning, which affects the way how networks and services, I don't say only services, I also use the term infrastructure and networks, are connected in order to realize a specific target. So my feeling is that regarding the regulation, the Commission proposes some new regulations like the AI regulation, but this comes because of the technical challenges after a certain part and the business challenges probably, but not considering this as a whole. Also, the opportunity of having new applications, products, services, facilities in verticals was the initiative in order to discuss about data monetization now and not 5 years before, which was the era of 5G. The discussion comes just right now. Why? Because we have collected information, experience, we have some feedback from the market. What I would like to say is that do the panelists feel that the exact GDPR or any other regulation will be enough to challenge, to face the challenges from what will come as 6G era, for example, as new facilities? Personally, I don't feel that the Commission has this point of view. And the second question is, if we see this globally, this has been partially covered, do we have some sort of feedback provided by other mature, technologically mature markets? This may be the case of the US or Canada or Southern Korea or Japan. What is, because they are more advanced in some extent regarding new applications. So do they propose some alternative? These are my views, my concerns.
Thank you very much. Before giving the word to our panelists, I would like to say that it might be a bit difficult to compare Europe with the US or even Canada in terms of regulatory landscape, at least at this stage, and I don't envision this to change in the future, but maybe our panelists have something else to share. And concerning the rapid development of technology, you're absolutely correct. Maybe at times legislation updates or even amendments need to change pace in order to be on the same page. This is a huge topic. It's a huge topic. Yes, yes, yes. This complicates the landscape. Thank you, dear panelists. Yes, Vasilis.
Okay, my personal perception is the following. We have the evolution of technology, as you said, rapid evolution of technology in many dimensions. I understand that there should be always be a mutual and continuous communication channel between the different disciplines, legal, technical, in order to have a balance on how we can have a safe and secure and transparent digital shared economy, which is the vision of the European Commission. Many regulations come from the fact that the EU, on their declaration, have values: solidarity, equal access to product, services, or whatever. We have regulations that actually impose this to the market. We have technologies that actually facilitate the provision of this digital transformation that we also talked about in previous panels. I don't believe that the evolution of technology actually, the EU waits or anticipates the evolution of technology in order to regulate things, but some parts run in parallel. The issue here is the fact that the technology runs rapidly than the legislation processes themselves. So some things comes first in terms of technological advances, and then we understand the need or we have to impose processes, initiate processes in order to regulate things that have to do with these technological advances. Yes.
I agree, but we are still facing some contradictions, like, for example, network neutrality versus network slicing, which is a challenge for the operators, for the market actors, but from the regulatory point of view, it appears that these two aspects are contradictory. So, slicing is against, theoretically, is against the network the sense of, exactly.
Yes. Yeah, but
this has nothing to do with data protection, just as an example.
Yeah, yes, I agree. But on the other hand, we have some core standards, for example, technological standards or technological-driven directives and standard certifications. For example, EUCC that was recently issued and was updated 3 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. The EU common criteria for the security of products and services on cybersecurity. So I understand that we need to provide secure, transparent services to humans. They always need to be in a loop in order to improve not only the technological aspects, but also the legislations, the regulations, the directives, and all of them to be ethically compliant, I would say, because ethics is more on the EU principles rather than everything else, in my perception, of course.
Thank you, Vasilis. Anyone else? Well, then I would like to invite you for any closing statement or message that you would like to conclude with. Okay, Vasilis, we start with you then.
May I?
Okay, of course.
Just to complement also what Vasilis was saying before, I totally agree. We need no more regulation. We have the core values. We have the message of what we wanted to protect. It's a matter of interpretation and of implementation of the existing legislation. Technological evolution has already been taken into account. You don't need to make technology-specific laws. It's a different thing, standards and technical regulations and such stuff. But as for laws and the values you want to protect, you just need the general principle there. All the rest is a matter of implementation. For the rest, just don't ask any more regulation. Just try to implement all these existing. It's enough complex and challenging for data companies, what all, at least dealing with compliance here, we have to do with multiple jurisdictions, with multiple origins, with all the personal data, cybersecurity, trade secret, contractual restrictions of data that we may have to deal with.
Okay. From my side, I think that we are going to face in the coming few years a big, let's say, fight between the markets, because currently we are discussing from the EU perspective, where, as you said before, we have a lot of regulations and you want to see how this will happen. Nevertheless, we need to understand that this is a global landscape, and all these companies have to compete with companies from abroad, and in many of the other countries might not have the same ethical values, might not have the same regulations, and nevertheless their technology might be more advanced than ours. So trying to find a way to balance this for the companies and survive in this very aggressive environment is going to be very difficult, especially when we consider, for example, that information is the new oil. Trying to say that, okay, you guys are going to have these regulations and you have to play with these rules, but you can do whatever you want. This is going to create many differences. And this is going to make a big fight between, let's say, different aspects, different parts of the world. That's my 2 cents.
Yes, as a conclusion, I also agree that we do not need any more regulation. We just need some time to study the regulation and actually be able to implement it. Because always we have developments, regulatory developments, the whole time, and we don't have the time to actually understand what the law is talking about and implement it. And also try to implement some privacy and data governance training to people who are responsible for the use of data. This is also very important. And constant regulatory changes are not helpful in this respect.
Thank you, Eleni.
Yes, probably we don't need more regulations, but mainly we need to consider the fact that existing regulations probably need to be improved or to be customized in order to meet the current situation of the market, of the business ecosystem. Of course, by not doing that, by not compromising fundamental EU principles, I do insist that the mutual and continuous dialogue between the different disciplines that I said at the beginning, the legal experts, the ethical and socio-economic experts, the social sciences, and the technological experts is the key for the future, because this will probably relax the barriers of this, the impact of this complexity of the regulation, and will enable us to actually realize and live the benefits of this new digital share economy in the future.
Thank you, Vasilis. Well, I think that it has been a really sophisticated and therefore fruitful discussion. Once again, thank each and every one of you also for the interesting questions and topic that you have raised. And in fact, this has been the closing panel of the entire event. So I wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you.
Well, I would like to thank you all for participating at the DATAMITE Meetup 2025. Special thanks to the organizing team, Sisi, Gary, Michalis, and the rest of IT Innovation Center. Of course, the support of the entire IT unit. BDVA, great support. Thank you, Dani. Thank you, Savas. I would like also to thank the DATAMITE partners for being here and supporting these discussions. Special thanks to all the panelists. Hopefully, we'll meet again soon. Have a great evening. Thank you all.